Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at action bars in Android. So I've created a new project here with the default settings, and I made sure that this project had a minimum SDK version of 11, which is Android 3, because action bars were actually introduced in Android 3. And the action bar is this thing across the top here, this bar across the top, which usually has an icon and a title, and by default it has a menu here. And if I just touch that menu, this is assuming that you're running a device which is Android 3 or greater, of course. And then if I touch this menu here, we're just going to get this settings item popping up. We're going to look at responding to menu item selections in the next tutorial, but here I just want to show you how to configure and create these menus in your action bar, and I want to tell you, give you a couple of things you can do with action bars. So one thing you can do is, if you go to your main activity in the onCreate method here, you can say action bar equals get action bar, so you can retrieve a reference to the action bar, and you can then do stuff like, if you want, you can hide it altogether, make it invisible, and you can have your application dynamically hide or show the action bar completely during its operation. Although when you show it or hide it, then your layout is going to be kind of recreated. So you kind of have to be aware of that. But basically, you can hide or show the action bar just as you feel, just as you want to. You can also, this action bar here, you'll see it's got a title and an icon, and you can hide or show those separately as well. And if you want to get rid of the icon, you can say bar.set display home home enabled. Here we go, and I could say false, and that will get rid of that icon. And if I say bar.set display title, show title enabled, set that to false, we won't have a title either. So let's just run that and have a look. And sometimes this can be good, because sometimes, depending on what you're showing in your activity, sometimes I find it's just really ugly to have an icon and a title there. You don't always want it, so it's good to be able to get rid of them. Okay, here we go. So the application's running, and now you can see we've got rid of the icon and the title. Let's have a look at this menu here, which is the really interesting bit. And everything I'm about to say would certainly apply if you did have an icon and title as well. I just wanted to show you how you could get rid of that if you want to. So by default, if I look at this, I've just got a kind of settings menu here, and nothing actually really happens. But I could, as we'll see in the next tutorial, I could respond to the user clicking on that settings thing, and I could make something happen in response to that. You can configure this menu quite easily yourself. Where it actually is configured is if you look at this onCreate options menu, and prior to Android 3 this would have created a menu that appears at the bottom of your screen, but for Android 3 and greater, at least if you have the default theme set, it produces the action bar at the top. So if you look at this, we're using a resource r.menu activity underscore main, and so if we go to resource res menu activity main.xml, this is the menu that's producing that settings pop-up when you touch this. So let's have a look at that. Here it is, and if I look at the raw XML view, it looks like this. It's got one item in it, and that item has the title. Well, we don't know the title from looking at this, but we can see that it's using a string resource called menu settings. So if we go to values strings.xml and we look at menu settings, we see that it's got the text settings on it, and that's where that's coming from. So it's a little bit convoluted, but once you understand this, how it works with the strings.xml and the activity main XML or the menu XML, then it is pretty straightforward. Now we can create menus and submenus in all kinds of ways with this action bar, and I'm not going to show you everything that can be done, but I just want to show you a few highlights. So if you go to this activity main.xml under menu here, it's important to get the right one. You want the actual menu that has this item in it. And we go to layout. So I'm looking at the kind of Android, the Eclipse sort of GUI version of this menu, rather than trying to work with it myself in the XML. We can, if you select this top level thing here, well, we can remove it actually. We could get rid of it altogether, and but if you click add, you see you can add a submenu to it as well, and this submenu would then appear when you go to that settings menu. Let's actually just remove it for the moment. So I'll click remove, and then if we save that and we look at the raw XML view, you can see that the item's gone. We go back to layout. Let's start building up a menu from scratch. So if I click add now, and in fact, I've got a choice here between item and group. And groups are groups of items which you can, if you want to, simultaneously enable or disable, show or hide, or check or uncheck all together. But one use of a group is to create a bunch of top level items that, if you want, you could make appear in your action bar by default. So if you've got a bunch of actions that you want to always be immediately available to your user, kind of staring them right there in the face, then providing there's room for them, you can put them all up here, visible all the time on the action bar. And let's have a look at that. And to do that, to create a bunch of top level items, it seems we need to put them in a group. It seems that you have to do that, because if I add an item here, let's say, now if I click add again with that item selected, I can only add a submenu, and what I want to show you here is having a row of items on the top. So let's remove that and click add, and I'll add this group even though I don't need a group, and then to that group I'll add a couple of items. So I select the group and I click add, and let's have one item here, and select the group and click add again, and a second item. And I can give these items, of course, IDs, but I'll leave these at the default ID for the moment. I could change this from item 1 to something else, and you could give it, you can see an icon and a title and all that kind of thing. There's quite a lot of stuff here, but I'll just give this a title, and I'll call it something like, let's just call it Go. Very ambiguous, because I don't know what this is supposed to do. It's just an example. And I'll go to item 2, and let's call this something like edit. Let's call it edit, why not? So just for an example. So now we've got two items called Go and Edit. And we can, if we look down here, we've got a property show as action. And if you show something as an action, it means that it appears here on the action bar, where currently we've only got these 3 dots. So if I select, let's say item 1, go to show as action and go to select, then I can say that I want it never to appear as a kind of separate action, like visible on the action bar by itself by default. Or I can make it appear up there if there's room, or I can always have it there, and I can have it with text or not. So let's select always, so that it's always going to be there, and I'll do the same for item 2, and you'll see what effect having it always there has. And if you're in doubt about whether there's enough room for it, because you've got a title on there, let's say, then of course you're going to have to be careful and perhaps select if room. So I'll save this and click run and launch it on my phone. And the other thing that I'm going to show you in this tutorial is just the effect of adding a submenu to one of these items. And next time we are going to look at handling making things happen when the user clicks one of these items. Oh, I was going to pause the recording, but it looks like it's going pretty fast. So let's take a look. I can see it on my phone, and let's go to the screencast. Here we are. So now we've got these action items at the top, go and edit, and they don't do anything because I'm not making anything happen in response to them. But one thing I want to show you here is how you can also have a submenu. So let's go to item 2, which is I've called edit, and of course those could be really nice icons as well. They don't have to be text. I could create a really nice little icon for them, and I'll select edit and click add, and now we've got the option to add a submenu. So I could add a submenu, and I click add again, and let's just have a couple of items. So if you've got a submenu, you don't need to put your items in a group. You just need to put them in a group for a submenu if you want to be able to show or hide them all together, or check them all together or something. And then I think you would need a group. But if you've got a submenu, you can just add items straight into it. So we'll have item 3 here. I'll just leave this ID, I think. In fact, let's maybe change this to this is the, what is it? It's the edit menu. So I could call this edit contact or something like that. Maybe let's change this to edit contact, and change the title here to contact, and save that. And then I'll add another item into the submenu. Click add, another item, so parallel with the first here in this submenu. And here, so the first one was edit contact, and this could be edit oh god knows, edit photo or something. I'm really running out of ideas that are plausible. But I'll change it to edit photo, and let's make the title photo. And then I'll show you how this looks, and you'll see it's pretty simple. And just if you just play around with this, you'll get the hang of it really quickly, and you can basically accomplish whatever you need to. So I'm not sure if that's actually running. And one thing I find is sometimes this, I don't know if it's just today, it seems not to be running. But I'm just gonna, when I click run, let's just go to project clean. And because if I delete all the class files that have been generated, then that's going to force it. As long as project build automatically is ticked, then it will regenerate them. And now when I click run, we should damn well see something happening. There we go, that's better. Okay, so I'll pause the recording and come back in just a second. Okay, so here we go, and hopefully I am recording this. Yeah, I think I am. Good. So now we've got a go, and we've still got like those go and edit items, and the go items still as it is before. But if I click edit, now this submenu comes up with contact and photo, and I can take action on those. And of course, again, I could have a submenu in the submenu if I wanted. I'm going to leave it there for this tutorial because I think that's all the most important stuff covered, really. And in the next tutorial, we're going to look at making stuff happen when one of those items is selected. So until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're just going to look at how you respond to action bar menu selections, which is pretty simple, and it's quite easy to do. So we've got this application now, and I created these 2 action items in the action bar up here, but what we're about to look at applies just equally well to if you've got you might have just a single menu there that pops up with a submenu and contains items. However you arrange your items in the action bar, the stuff we're going to look at applies to it. So at the moment I can click this go thing and nothing happens because I haven't made anything happen, and I've got this edit thing here, edit menu. I should use the right term, and that brings up a submenu with a contact and a photo item on it, and we just want to make things happen when those are selected. And to do that, go into your activity, the corresponding activity, right click, and we're going to go to source, override, implement methods, and find on action on option item selected, I think it is, Let's have a look, because my memory isn't perfect for these things. So somewhere in here we've got an on option item selected. That's the one, on option item selected. So we want to override that. And in here we can have a switch, because we're going to get past that menu item, and we can switch on the ID of this menu item and take action as appropriate. So let's put that in. So I'm going to have a switch here, and I'm going to switch on item.get item ID, and the item IDs in here are going to correspond to whatever we have in our res menu, and the particular menu that we're loading in this on create options menu, which is this activity main file in the menu folder. So that's this one here. So if we look at what items we've got in it, I didn't bother changing the items from the default. Well, actually I did change those. So we've got photo, contact, and what else have we got? And edit item 1, which is not very well named. So we've got item 1, contact, and photo. Those are our IDs. And this item here is purely there to contain this submenu, so we won't bother about that. Item 1, contact, and photo. So let's go in here, and we switch on the item ID, and I can say case r dot menu dot is that right? Actually, I'll say r.id. Whoops. r.id. I need dot contact colon. That was one ID, and case r.id dot photo. That was the other ID, and the other one was, if I remember rightly, case r.id dot item 1. That was it. Okay. And let's just put in here maybe just like a toast, just so we can see it working. So I'll say toast.makeText. The context is this. The text is going to be, let's just say contact, and I'll put that in for a long period of time so that we see it. And I'll say .show, and I'll just quickly do that for these as well. So I won't bother putting this text in strings.xml as I should, just because this is just a really little demo, item 1. In the documentation for on option item selected on developer.android.com, it says you should return true if you want to consume the menu action here, but if you want further processing to continue of the menu item, return false. And I pretty much imagine that that's basically telling us it doesn't matter too much, because whatever we do here, as far as I can see, it's still going to work. So let's just run this and run it on my device, which I'm now turning the right way up, and I'm going to go away and come back in just a second. Okay, so here we go, it's running, and there's my phone, and now if I select go, then we're going to see our toast item 1, and if I select edit, and that brings up the submenu, and then contact, and we bring up the appropriate toast. So of course you could use these to launch a different activity using an intent, or you could do absolutely whatever you want. So it's pretty simple, and of course you could put the icon and the title back in there as well if you wanted, but I've got them turned off here. So that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at downloading stuff from the internet in Android. And as an example, I'm going to download the front page of news.bbc.co.uk. So let's take a look at that. So I'll go to news.bbc.co.uk, and this could be any website, of course. Very sad news on the front here. I'm going to do view source, And this is what the actual source of the page looks like. So this is a load of HTML and JavaScript and various other things, and the web browser program renders all this text as the actual HTML that you see on the front page. So I'm going to now try to download the page in Android, and it's going to look like this text. We're going to see this text basically, and we're going to see later on in future tutorials that you can then use this to download all kinds of other stuff from the internet, not just HTML. So and you can use it as part of a general mechanism of internet communication. So I've created like a really basic Android application, just straight out the box, and it says hello world on it, which it does by default. The only thing I've changed here is just to type a letter D for the icon and make it green, which is not important. And just for the moment, for kind of demonstrating the kind of principle here, I'm going to go to my main activity, and I'm just going to download some stuff in the onCreate method here, so that when the application starts, it will contact the internet and try to download, in this case, the front page of BBC News. And we're just going to output it for the moment in like debug, in a debug message, just so that we can see it working, and we'll kind of elaborate on that and make it more useful in their kind of succeeding tutorials. So I'm going to give this a method here, private void, let's call it something like download HTML for the moment, and in here I'm going to put the code that downloads the HTML. So now I need to create a URL object, and that's capital URL, and I'll just call this URL in lowercase and set that equal to a new URL object. And to the constructor here I supply the URL that I actually want to download. So just for an example, we will say http://news.bbc.co.uk, and that throws an exception. And I think what I'll do is I'll just throw exception from this method. So I'm going to add here in the header throws exception, and then any exception that any of these methods throw will just be thrown out of this method, because exception is the parent class of all exceptions. And to actually contact the URL, I need to say url.openStream, and that returns an input stream object. If I hover over it here, we can see input stream. So I'm going to say input stream is equals url.openStream, and then I'm going to wrap that in an input stream reader. So let's say input stream reader ISR equals new input stream reader, and I'll supply the input stream to the constructor of input stream reader, and I'll add the input with Ctrl+Shift+O. And again, this is the kind of Russian doll thing that you'll be familiar with if you've done much file handling in Java. But now I'm going to use a buffered reader. I'm going to say buffered reader br equals new buffered reader, and pass in my input stream reader there. So I'm getting an input stream, let's add the input there, from url.openStream, and I wrap that in an input stream reader to make it more convenient to read, and I wrap input stream reader in buffered reader so that I can actually read this line by line, which is what I really want. And now I'm going to declare a string which I'll call line, set it equal to null to start with, just to eliminate any uninitialized variable messages. And I'm going to say while, and let's put in the brackets of while, so it's going to look like this. And then in here I'm going to say line equals buffered reader dot read line, and I'm going to wrap all that in another pair of brackets, because I want to say that I'm going to continue the while loop while line is not equal to null. So this says read line from buffered reader, and set line equal to the return value of readline, and as long as line is not equal to null, then keep looping round. Let's just do Ctrl+Shift+F to format that a bit. And now in here I'm just going to say log.d, and I'll pass in my initials for the debug log tag JWP, and I'm going to just output line here. Now we need to run this method somewhere. Let's do Ctrl+Shift+O again and add Android util log there. I want to run this method, and for the moment I'm just going to run it from on create here, just to demonstrate this working. And to do that, now if I were to try to run download HTML in here directly, I'd get an error that would say something like attempt to access network on the main thread. You don't want to access the internet on the main thread, because it would lock up your user interface thread while it was contacting the internet, and Android actually prevents you from even doing that. So I need to run this in a background thread. So let's say here new async task, and that takes 3 template parameters, which I'm just going to set all to void for the moment, because I don't need to do anything here other than produce some debug output just to demonstrate this working for the moment. And I'm going to open a curly parenthesis there, and this is the kind of anonymous class syntax, and then at the end there say dot execute, and I won't pass it any parameters. That's a kind of list of parameters which can just be empty, and then a semicolon. And in here, if I just click this error message, I can go to add unimplemented methods, and I'm going to now implement this doing background method. And let's get rid of the override annotation and some blank lines here to make it look a bit neater. Now I have to leave that return null in there, because if you specify void with capital V for the return type, you have to have return null, and I had to use void with a capital V because you can't supply a primitive type with a lowercase v as a template parameter type here. And in here I can call my download HTML. Let's say download HTML. Now that throws an exception because I said it did, and that's because all these things throw exceptions and I didn't want to have to keep handling them. So let's just wrap this in a try catch, and again I'm just going to use debug output for the moment and just say log.d JWP, my initials there, and let's just say e.toString, exception.toString, so that we'll get a sensible error message hopefully from the exception if one of these methods in here throws an exception out of the method. Now the other things that I need to do are I need to check that my phone can access the internet, and I've checked that already, and I also, if I want this to work, I need to add the internet permission. So I'm going to go to Android manifest.xml and the permissions tab, click add, click use this permission, and in here for the name I'm going to go down, scroll down, and I'm going to select android.permission.internet, and I'll save that, and finally now I can click run. And we're not going to see anything exciting to look at, but hopefully we'll get some interesting debug output which we can then in future tutorials use as the basis of some kind of really interesting communication and more elaborate downloading. So let's go to actually I'll just wait for this to install. Okay, so it's now starting my application, and I'll go to DDMS here, and I've got this my debug output filter set up, which filters on my initials JWP, which I supplied to log.d. So if I now go to that, we can see here I've got a massive load of output, and that's the stuff that we would see that we see when we do view source on the internet page that I've downloaded. I'll just here click on scroll lock, or maybe I'm clicking it off, I'm not sure. But anyway, once I click that, I can now scroll up, and we can go way up here, and it's got a load of different lines of just impenetrable gumph basically, but the point is that it's successfully downloading that internet page, and you can use a similar principle to download anything you want. So that's it for this tutorial, and we're going to look at some more interesting stuff in the next tutorial related to communication. So join me again next time, and until then, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and before we go any further, I thought it would be a good idea to go over the basics of how phones can communicate with the internet and how they can communicate with each other. And what I'm talking about here really is phone communication via the internet. I'm not talking about text messaging or phone calls. And if you want two separate phones to communicate, you can of course use text messaging, but it's a very expensive and impractical way for two applications to communicate. So we're really talking here about Android devices communicating via the internet. So let's take a look. If you want to download stuff from your phone, then you're basically going to contact a server, and the server is basically the software that it serves up the website or kind of web service that you want to contact. So if you look at BBC News, let's say, there's a server program running there, and what you do when you go to it in a browser is when you type a URL in your browser, you're doing an HTTP GET request, and that is a request to the server in a certain protocol, in the HTTP protocol, that then causes the server to hopefully send back to you some HTML. And it's the same in your phone application. If you want to request some data from a server, you can do an HTTP GET, which is a lot like going to a URL in your browser, and the server will respond with some data, typically in text format, which it will then send to your phone. So you're kind of making a little request, and you're potentially getting a lot of data back. If you want to send data to the internet somewhere, to a computer, basically, you're going to have a server running somewhere accessible via the internet, and then your phone will send data to it, and most typically it will use HTTP POST, because with a GET, that's just like typing stuff into the URL bar in a browser, but a POST kind of sends things behind the scenes, so to speak, and communicates directly with the server that way. And then the server will still send back some kind of response you'd expect, but it's going to be perhaps just a minimal response even. I mean, it could be anything really, but you'd hope for some response from the server to know that your post succeeded, and the server could even send back a lot of data. It's kind of up to you. But again, when we talk about a phone sending data to a computer, unless you want to talk about text messaging or Bluetooth, which only works in a short range, then we're talking about the internet, and a computer that you want to send data to has to be running server software of some kind, and it has to be accessible via the internet. And usually you won't usually use your own PC, although you could, but unless you've got a fixed IP from your ISP, which you quite possibly haven't, you probably want to use even a free just service that's accessible via the internet, and we'll get into that a little bit. And now, if you want to communicate between phones, then if you think about it, your options are limited. Again, you could use text messaging or make phone calls, or you could use Bluetooth if the phones are really close to each other. But usually you don't use any of these. If you want, if you've got an application and you want to be able to communicate with perhaps the same application on other phones, you want to go through the internet, and you need a server that's running and it's accessible via the internet, and that's the fixed point that both phones can see. And they don't know where to find each other directly, because the IP addresses of your phones are going to change all the time, probably, unless you have a ISP with a fixed IP address and you keep your phone at home all the time, which is unlikely. So usually you want a server to act as a fixed point of reference, and both phones will communicate with the server, but the net result could be that they are communicating with each other through the server. And if you think about something like MSN Messenger or any kind of email service, or something like Skype or Google Hangout, or anything really that works along these lines, they all have central servers that enable phone-to-phone or device-to-device communication. Without that server, they can't work. Now I'm going to show you really briefly like how to create a server using Java and like a free online service. But your server, the actual server here I'm using in two different senses really. I'm talking about a computer, and you can find free services that can host your server software. But a server, you could also mean the actual software that runs, and you can write that software in Java or in PHP or Python, Perl, or pretty much any programming language. And I'll show you really quickly how to write one in Java, but just bear in mind that Java is not necessarily going to be the language of choice for your server. And if you just want some little script that just sends a little bit of data back to a phone from a database, you might want to choose PHP, for example. But Java is certainly a language that you can use for that purpose, and it's widely used by banks and any kind of serious company that wants to serve up data securely is likely to use a Java software server. Now I have actually got a course on servlets and JSPs which may interest you, and although the course isn't free, the first 7 videos in that course are. So if you go to www.caveofprogramming.com, on the homepage there you can find links to my servlets and JSPs course, and you can look at the first 7 videos without paying anything, and they take you from installing everything that you need on your computer for free to create Java servlet programs, and all the way up to deploying them on the internet for free. And you can then use that as a server which will enable your application to communicate with the same app on other phones, for example, or you can upload stuff to it and download stuff from it. And we're going to look at some of these possibilities. So that's it for this time, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial I'm going to deviate slightly from the strict topic of Android development to show you how to create a simple Java server program. And we're going to use this to demonstrate uploading, downloading and other stuff possibly. But to be able to upload and download stuff, we need some kind of server to upload stuff to and download stuff from. And that's what I'm going to create in this tutorial, or at least I'll create a Hello World Java servlet program, as the technology is called. And we can then use that in future tutorials. And I don't want to get too deeply into Java servlets here because it is kind of off topic, but I thought it would be useful to have a Java servlet program just to work with, just to demonstrate how a phone can talk to a server that's running on the internet. And I'm going to really quickly rush through creating a basic Java servlet here. And a Java servlet is a kind of server technology that can run on the internet and that your phone can then talk to. And it could also enable you to do communication between phones, as I explained in a previous tutorial. If you want to know more detail about Java, about creating server programs in Java, then I've got a tutorial which you can find if you go to www.caveofprogramming.com, that's all one word. Then you will find links to this servlets and JSPs course. And although the course isn't free, the first 7 videos are, and you can watch those for free. And they take you right from setting up your system for Java servlet development, all the way up to deploying your Java servlet application on the internet. So you might just need this bit. And if you want more complex information about servlets and JSPs and creating sophisticated programs that will run on the internet in Java, then I'd be delighted if you signed up to the whole course. And there's quite a lot of information here that can cover most of what you could really want to do, I should think, at least for the purposes of phone programming, including connecting to databases and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, here I've set up Java EE. Well, I've set up the Eclipse IDE for Java EE developers, that's Enterprise Edition developers, on my computer, as I talk about in that JSP course in like the first tutorial or the second. And I think I've just got the standard version of Java actually running on my machine. There is actually Java EE version which you can download in addition to the standard SDK if you want. But the important thing here is I'm going to use a host called CloudBees, and I think they use Java version 6. So I'm going to create this application using Java version 6. So I've installed the 6 version JDK 1.6 on my machine. So I'm going to do like file new here, and I'm going to go to dynamic web project, and you'll only have this application in the Eclipse for Java EE developers, and you'll need to download that separately if you've only got the normal Java Eclipse version. And I'm going to give this a name like Android Server Demo, let's say, and I'm going to set the dynamic web module version here to 2.5 for reasons that I shan't go into here. And I'll click next, and this all looks good, and finish. And now I'm going to right click that and go to new servlet, and a servlet is a kind of Java class that can act as a server, so it can run on the internet, and browsers or applications can make requests to it, and it can then send back data, perhaps in the form of HTML pages, in which case you've got a website, or it could send back some kind of specialized format data just for your application. So let's put it in a package. I'll put it in com.cave or programming.android, but you could just put it in any package you made up, like call it demo or something, it doesn't matter. And let's give the class name, let's make the class name server, and I'll click next, and this all looks good to me. Click finish, and now I'm going to try to run this, and I often get errors when I try to run this stuff to start with, but I'm going to click the big green run button, and I might need to end up changing a few things. I'll click run on server, and I should also say that I've installed Tomcat on my machine, and the Apache Tomcat server, it's a free program that is used for, it's what we call an application server, and it serves up, it's like a container for Java servlet programs that can run on the internet. It's basically a server itself. And so you'll need to install that, and I appreciate that I'm rushing through this, but again, you can find much more detailed descriptions of this stuff for free if you look at the first few videos of my servlets and JSP course, if you need that, or you could just write a PHP script or something like that. So let's run this on Tomcat 7 locally and click finish here, and this may work or it may not, and so that doesn't look good. But I need to actually go to my Java resources folder, source and the package, select server, and I need to actually run that to get this to work. Let's tick always use this server and click finish again. And I don't know why I'm getting this so much recently. I'm just going to clean my project, and let's try stopping Tomcat there. And I find that it's really fiddly to set this up, and once it's working it tends to work, but you can have a lot of problems initially. But here we go, it's actually working now, and this is a blank web page, but I'm going to go to my server.java. I'm going to find the doGet method, and I'm going to say here print writer out equals response.getWriter, and response is an object that's passed in, and we use that object to make responses, like to send data back to our phone or browser. I'll add the input load, Control-Shift-O, and I'll say out.println hello world. So it's just like doing system.out really. And I'll save that and I'll click run. And this has some terrible caching problems. Let's hit return. And if that doesn't work, get rid of it and click run again and stop it maybe. Let's get rid of all these windows and get rid of that, and let's go to project clean. Let's try it again, and I'll make sure server is selected and I'll click the green run button, and here we go, finally it's working. Okay, and it says hello world, and so this could be a web page, and you can right click, and this is actually a browser, and do view source, but I'm just outputting hello world, so I'm not outputting HTML, but I could if I wanted. And now, so you could test that on your local machine. Like if I copy this URL and I go to a web browser and I paste that in here, I can actually access that server directly through my internet browser. But just for fun, let's deploy it to the internet. And what I've done is I've created a account with these guys called CloudBees. It's at cloudbees.com. You can create a free account there. And I think Amazon and Google have similar services to this, and up to a certain amount of data usage or whatever, it's free. I never had to give these guys a credit card or anything. I'm just going to log in here, and I am logged in already. Okay, that's good. And I'm going to click applications here. This is really nifty. You can even have a free database of up to 5 megabytes to work with your application. And I'm going to click add new application, and let's call it Android server. Click finish. And they actually use cloud technology. A lot of these Java application servers use this cloud technology, so that if you ran a website or you ran some kind of server that people's applications on their phones depended on, even if it went from like a few users really quickly to millions, hopefully you could scale up, because you haven't got a single computer sitting there, you've got a whole cloud of them, and you can just use more bandwidth as and when you need it, as long as you're prepared to pay for it, of course. Now I'm going to go here, and I'm going to, you can deploy stuff really quickly apparently if you install their SDK, but I haven't done that, so I'm going to use this mechanism. I'm going to click this button here, click choose file, and I'm going to upload a WAR file, but I forgot I need to create that WAR file first. So let's go back to Eclipse and right click the project here, Android Server Demo, and go to export WAR file, and I'll call this Android Server Demo .war. So let's actually go to browse under destination. Here's my desktop, and I'll call it Android Server Demo.war. And .war means web application archive or something like that. It's kind of like a jar file, but for web applications. And I'll click finish. I think I'm using Tomcat 7, which I think is compatible with CloudBees. And one thing that you should check, if you go to properties, make sure you're building with Java 6 1.6, and that's only necessary at the moment, and CloudBees of course may upgrade, and if you're using some sort of Amazon service or Google service, maybe this doesn't apply, but I need Java 6 for this. And so now I've got my WAR file, and go back to my browser, which is here, and click choose file here, and Android Server Demo.war, and click finish. So it's deploying my application, and this is going to run it on the internet, and I could use this with an actual live application really, although if I did anticipate heavy usage, because there's like a bandwidth limitation for this, for the free version I think, then I probably would pay, for this service, or for a similar service with Android or Google or someone. So now I can click on this URL, and we won't see anything immediately, but it's gone to this URL, and if I go back to my Eclipse now, I can see this bit here. I've got localhost 8080, and that's my kind of, well, it's the host name and port that my Tomcat server is running on. But this bit here is called the context root, and that's basically the bit of the URL after the domain name. And then we've got server, which is the actual kind of servlet URL on that domain name at that context root. And we can set it up very easily so that you could just go to the domain name directly and see output. But I haven't done that here, and I'll just leave that. So let's just copy that, the context root, and the actually I don't think I need the context root, because that will change when I upload to CloudBees. So actually I'm just going to copy this /server bit at the end there and just paste it there. So I just need to go to my particular servlet and hit return, and there's my servlet running, and it's on the internet. Anyone can see that, and you could even output HTML with that. But I'm going to use it here for testing, obviously, these Android applications, and we're going to go on in the next tutorial to looking at how we can communicate with this server. So join me again next time, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at how your phone application can send a really small amount of information, like an ID, to a server running on the internet and get back some kind of customized response depending on what it sends. And I'm going to continue working with the servlet that I set up in the last tutorial. But I just want to point out that if you don't want to get into Java servlet programming, which sometimes feels a bit heavyweight for stuff like this, as I said before, you can use PHP and stuff like that. And in fact, if you search for, let's see, Cave of Programming, it's my website, PHP JSON, which is we're going to look at shortly, then you can find this page where we look at a simple client-server setup where the client is JavaScript actually, and the server is PHP, and this little file here is basically a complete little server that can send back some data, and it can get a ID that's been sent by your Android application. So again, I'm not going to go into that here, but in this tutorial I just want to show you, as I say, like how you can send just a little bit of information from your phone app to a server and then receive it at the other end. So let's go first to the phone application here. In fact, let's go to the server first. So here I've got my Java servlet, and this could be a PHP script, and it's just outputting hello world at the moment. But I'm going to output some more stuff here. I'm going to say we can get the Android application to send an ID to this, and maybe, I don't know, a username and a password, let's say, and we can receive those as what we call request parameters. So here I'm going to say something like string ID equals request, and this request object deals with stuff that's going to be sent to the server in the kind of get request in this case. So your Android program will make a request to this server, and you can get information about that request from this request object. And let's say request.get parameter, and here I'll say ID. So we can imagine that we're going to send an ID from our phone application. And in fact, I'll just leave it with ID for this tutorial, and we'll look at something a bit more interesting next time. And then let's say that if ID is equal to null, then let's say here out.println no ID. And in fact, what I'm also going to do is I'm just going to copy this out.println, and I'm going to paste one here, and in here I'm going to put a opening HTML tag which looks like this, and this is how you start an HTML document. And I'm going to copy it again, and at the end here I'm going to put a closing HTML tag, which is, it just looks the same, but it's got a slash in it like this. And I know I'm going, if you haven't seen HTML before, this is going to be like really in at the deep end, but I'll plow on and I'll refer you to other tutorials if you want to know more about HTML or that sort of thing. So I'm going to say, I'm going to get the ID from the request parameter. I'm going to say if the ID is null, let's say out.println no ID. And I'll surround this in P HTML tags, paragraph tags. So we have an opening one there and a closing one with a slash in it there. And that will just make this print in its own paragraph. And I'm going to say else, and else will say, let's say ID is colon, and then we'll just echo back the ID. So here I'll put the ID, so let's say plus ID plus, and then the closing P tag, like this. I think that's good. So let's run this, and when you, actually first I'll save it, because there seems to be a problem where if you run it without saving it, it saves it automatically, but then seems to sometimes run the old version, and I don't want that. And so that's the cached old version. Let's try refreshing that, or is it actually? I'm not sure anymore. Well, let's just clean it to be sure. Project clean, and get rid of that, and let's get rid of this, and now let's select server.java and change this to hello world exclamation mark so that we can see it running, and I'll click run again. Well, I'll try this. So here we go, and it's, yeah, okay, yeah, because it says no ID. But now what I want to show you is that now if I put a question mark here, which is kind of signifying the end of the URL as such, now I can have pairs of parameters in the form name of the parameter equals and some value, let's say 777, and then if I wanted another parameter I'd have a ampersand and then name equals such and such, or password equals such, and so on, like that, arbitrarily. But let's just have ID here, so I've got question mark, ID equals, let's have 123 actually, and hit return, and now it says ID equals 123. And now when you create client-server programs, which is what we're really doing here, or at least a client-server system I should say, it's really important to try to test each part separately, because you don't want to use your Android application to test this server. You want to test it by hand if possible, like this, as much as you can anyway. And that's why here, since this just accepts a normal URL, because we're doing a get technically, I can just type stuff in the URL and I can test this properly before my phone attempts to talk to it, which is a good idea. And now the final step is, let's just send this via a phone. But first I'm going to upload this to the internet. I'm going to go to I'm going to right click here and go to export WAR file, and I'll export to Android server demo.war. Make sure I've got overwrite existing file selected and click finish. Actually, let's just do that again, because I just noticed that I selected optimize for Tomcat 7, and I don't think that's a good idea, because I don't know what the application server that I'm using, CloudBees, I don't know what version, what kind of server they're using. So I've exported it again, and I think that's okay. And now let's go to CloudBees. So where are we? Not there. And yeah, here we go. And now I'm going to upload a WAR file here, and this is the application that I created in the last tutorial, and I'm going to upload Android server demo.war, click finish. And when this is deployed, again I'm going to test it by hand and make sure that this works. Okay, and go to the URL, which is going to be here. I've already got it open from last time, and here we go. And that seems to be working. Let's just put an ID in. ID equals 5675. There we go. So now let's go to Android. Let's go to our Android development here, which is here. And I've created a new project and I've called it JSON Downloader for reasons that I'll explain in a couple of tutorials probably. But I've just copied the downloader from the tutorial on a basic downloader. So again, it just uses a URL. It just opens Stream on the URL and then downloads from it. But now let's go back to Google here and back to Chrome, and I'm just going to copy this URL here, the whole thing, and I'm going to paste that here instead of this BBC News URL. And we could put any parameter there at the end. So let's say here string ID equals 99, and here let's just paste it on. So let's say plus ID, and oh yeah, that's got to be in double quotes because it's a string, or we could use integer.toString if it was an integer. And now finally, I think I'll still echo it back in the debug, so I won't do anything too interesting on the phone end yet. But here I'm just gonna, this is just gonna now contact the URL. Let's actually run it while I talk, and hopefully then we'll see that the server is going to send back a response which will depend on whether there's an ID or not. And actually this isn't going to be very exciting because the server could send back a different response depending on what ID we send. So like up here in my servlet program, where are we? Not there. Here, I could look at the ID, and depending on what ID we get here, I could send back a different response, and I could get stuff from a database using that ID. So let's just check now, and we'll see if we got stuff back from the server. Go to DDMS, and here we can see the response from my server, and we're looking at the raw HTML because this debug output isn't going to interpret the HTML in any way. But you can see it says ID is 99 and hello world. So we've sent an ID to a server that's actually running on the internet, and we've got a response back which depended on that ID, although in this case it only depended whether the ID was there or not, so not so exciting yet, but has a lot of potential. And if you want to send more complex stuff, you might realize that there's a little problem here, which is that well, there's a couple of problems really. One problem is that the ID there's a lot of characters that you couldn't put in an ID. If you want to send a username, for example, the username or a password, let's say, the password could have question marks and ampersands in it and all sorts, slashes that would screw up your URL. And we're going to look at that in the next tutorial. And then we're going to move on to looking at doing posts, because there's a limit as to how much data you can put in a URL. And we're going to move on to doing posts which allow you to send pretty much unlimited amounts of data. So that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial I'm going to show you something called URL escaping. And we've already seen that if you can send small amounts of data to a server by appending URL parameters, and a URL has a kind of format that looks like this. So you've got the URL and then a question mark, and then you can have pairs of parameters where you have a parameter name followed by an equal sign and then a value, and you can have multiple pairs of those separated by ampersands. And by the way, I have to apologize if you can hear banging or sawing during this tutorial, but it seems like no matter where I go in this world, there's always an apartment next to me or opposite me that's being renovated. It just seems to be an eternal law of the universe as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, So you can have pairs of parameters separated by ampersands, and that's good for sending small amounts of data, and there is a limit as to how much data you can send in a URL, so you don't want to try sending entire sort of pages of data like that. But now, besides the kind of fact that you can't send a lot of data, I think the limit used to be 255 characters, and it may be bigger than that now, but even so you're kind of taking a big chance if you try to put wadges of data in the URL. And besides that problem, there's the other problem that you might have special characters in the URL. So in the parameters themselves, because in the URL we've got special characters that have special meanings, like these forward slashes, and of course the question mark and ampersands and equal signs. And what if you've got data that you want to send that's got those special characters in it? And in that case you need to escape the data. And to do that is pretty simple. And let's just take an example here. I'm going to have a password, so I'll say string password, because passwords often have crazy characters in them. And let's have a password that's got all kinds of weird stuff in it. So like as weird as we can make it, basically. And I'll save that, and I'll append this to the URL. So we'll have another parameter here. So let's say plus, and then I'll say ampersand pass equals, and let's append the value here for the password. And by the way, something that I should also mention is that you should be very, very careful about taking, in fact you should never take values from that have been supplied on a URL and use them directly in your program uncritically, because you should in particular you should never take values from a URL and append them into some SQL, because people will use that to hack your database. And you should always use wildcards in your SQL if you're using parameters from a URL. So be aware that a user can type anything in a URL. Okay, so we've got this weird string of characters, and we're appending that for a password and trying to pass it in the URL. And let's go to the kind of receiving end now. And I've got another Eclipse set up here. You can run two Eclipses at the same time if you want. And here's my server program, which is a servlet, but as we've seen, it could be like a PHP file or something. And I'm going to say here string password equals request.get parameter, and the name I gave to the parameter was pass, or it could just be p, because there's no harm in having very sort of short cryptic URLs. And if anything, it might discourage people from hacking, which is always a good thing. Although a serious hacker will figure out what your URL means and will use it to upset your program if he or she can. It's probably going to be a he, but who knows. So here I'm going to say if ID is null, or if password now is null, password, I'm going to say no password, and otherwise I'm going to say else out.println password is and password. And let's just see what happens here. So I'll export this. There don't seem to be any errors. There are no compile errors in it, and I'll export it to a WAR file, and I'll make that WAR file Android server demo.war on my desktop and click finish. And then let's go to CloudBees here and upload a new WAR file for this application. So I'll go to desktop and Android server demo.war, and I probably should install the CloudBees API, because then I could avoid some of the slowness of uploading a new WAR file, but I'll stick with this just for the moment. So deploying to the cloud, and there we go, and it's refreshing, and let's go to the right URL. So base URLs at the top here, and I think my my actual servlet is called server, and it says no ID, no password. So let's give it a password. Well, let's give it an ID as well, just for the hell of it. So I could supply either or neither or both parameters. But I'll say ID equals 7 and password equals actually it was just pass, the name of the parameter, equals hello. So that works. And now let's try running my application and interfacing with this. So to do that, what I'll do is I will so let's go back to the phone application here. So we're reading information from the server and printing it out in using log.d in the debug. So we're going to see hopefully that HTML is going to come back in log.d if I run this application. So let's click run, and I'll look at the console down here. Okay, now it's running, and we'll go to DDMS and see what the result is. So it says password is LJ equals LJ, but if I go back to Java, that's not the password I supplied. And actually what's happening in this case is it's interpreting the ampersand here as the start of a new parameter, but there are so many ways that special characters like this could screw up your data that you're sending to a URL. So if you've got a any kind of parameter value and it's got any kind of weird characters in other than just numbers and letters, you need to escape those numbers or letters, and the way to do that is you can use a class called URL encoder. There we go, and that's got a static method with these Eclipse errors called encode. It actually has this encode method which is deprecated, and you're supposed to use this other method, this sort of overloaded version of encode, which takes the encoding type, and the encoding type is UTF-8, which is the kind of mechanism that Java uses for encoding characters. So UTF-8, I'm not sure what it stands for, Unicode something or other, 8-bit, I don't know. It can't be 8-bit actually, but anyway, leaving that aside, or maybe it can, I don't know. So we'll call URL encoder.encode, and we'll pass the stuff we want to encode as the first parameter. Let's just run this, and for the second parameter just pass the string UTF in capitals -8 as it tells you to in the documentation. And now let's see what difference that makes. So I'll go to DDMS in just a second. Okay, so now the application's running. You can see it here, but it's not very exciting. And in fact, I think what I'm going to do is probably put a button on there so that I can make it run the internet stuff at the touch of a button, because it's kind of annoying having to rerun it every time that I remember I've left my Wi-Fi connection switched off or something, and it doesn't work. So let's look at DDMS now, and now we can see that the server program has correctly picked up the password. So if I look at this, it's LJ equals, and it ends in KJ/. And if I go to the Java view, we can see that's exactly what I specified. So by encoding the URL, the server has been able to get the parameter, and I didn't have to decode it at the other end. That's sort of automatically happened, but now it's correctly got my parameter and it's echoed it back to me, and my Android program running on my phone is now displaying the output from the server. There's also a URL decode which you might not need, because, well, I don't know if you'll need it or not actually. You might not need it. As you can see, often decoding just sort of happens automatically when you do get parameter in your server or whatever. But there is a URL decoder, .decode I think it is, as well, that decodes back into the original string. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial, and join me again next time, and until then, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to take a first look at JSON, which is an acronym that stands for JavaScript Object Notation. But as we'll see, JSON has applicability far beyond JavaScript, and support for it is built into Android, and it's basically a data format for transferring data between clients and servers or vice versa. So let's just take a look at an example in this video, and in the next tutorial we'll get on to actually working with JSON and doing some coding. So as an example, well, a lot of websites run kind of JSON servers, or they have servers, and JSON might just be one format that they supply. And Twitter, at least at the moment, has a JSON server. So let's say Twitter JSON in Google here, and search for some information about it. Twitter JSON, actually I think that's probably what we want, the top one here. Although it has a kind of strange title. And yeah, if I scroll down here we've got an example of a URL that's meant to retrieve data in a JSON format. So let's just copy that for the moment and paste it into a browser. So I just searched for Twitter JSON there, pretty simple, and the first URL I came to, and I scrolled down, and that had a example of a URL that retrieves JSON, which is this, but we're going to take a closer look at that stuff in a minute. So actually this is JSON, but I want to show you something more interesting than whatever the default output is. This is some kind of example output, I think. And there's a joke internet site called The Onion. If you search for The Onion, it's this thing here, and it has kind of American news, but it's all made up. And they have, at the moment at least, a Twitter feed with the name The Onion. So if I go to this example JSON URL and replace the screen name here with, I don't think it's case sensitive, but just to be sure I'll type The Onion, capital T, capital O, but I think it doesn't matter. It depends how they've implemented it, because this is just a parameter that they're retrieving, you see. And I hit return, and here is The Onion Twitter feed, which again looks like nothing at the moment. And I'm going to change this count here to 5, and that'll probably get me some more stuff. And if you look in amongst this huge wad of data, you can pick out stuff that looks kind of interesting, I think. Like, well, it is quite a job. But here's some text, top books of 2012, and no doubt those are probably joke books or something, I don't know. And this is a thankless task. So let's just copy this URL. I've copied it, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to type into Google JSON formatter, and there are a bunch of online formatters that format the JSON so that you can read it more easily. Let's just go to this top link here and see how that is. And here we've got a nice big box where I can paste my JSON, so I'll try that. Whoops, that's the URL actually. Let's paste the JSON into this URL box here and try process. That looks good. So now this is the same data as this, but it's just formatted a lot more nicely. And now we can begin to pick out interesting stuff. What do you think was the top entertainment industry story of 2012? And if we scroll down a bit, I'm sure we'll find other sort of interesting odds and ends. Let's see. I was kind of expecting headlines. Yeah, and here we are. Like, for example, Apple unveils new iPhone geared specifically towards college-age girls. And there's this kind of text. This is actually a key. So now, having spotted this, if I were to search for key in here, so I'll search. Sorry, if I were to search for text in quotes, then here I can find these look like to me like onion headlines. Now the format of this is, in JSON you can represent two different things basically. You can have arrays which are formatted by having a square bracket and then a bunch of entries separated by commas. So if we scroll down a bit, we'd see some commas like this one. Commas separate entries in arrays. And also you can have a kind of representation of hashes, or like the idea of key value pairs, which are surrounded by these curly parentheses. So here within this curly parenthesis we've got, that's a key, and this is a value, and so on, and text is a key and a value, and the key value pairs are separated by commas also. So here we're saying here this opens an array, and here we've got a set of key value pairs, a hash, and that actually has other stuff in it, like maybe embedded arrays, embedded hashes, so data structures within data structures. And here this is where the hash ends, and this is another actually that's probably not where the hash ends. Well, it is quite difficult to read. I think that's where the first hash ends, and there's a comma, and another entry in the array starts here, and the second entry is also a hash. So in fact I'm beginning to see now that the entries are, each of them starts with created at. So we've got in here probably, whoops, don't know what happened there. We've probably got, because in the URL I specified a count here, whoops, of 5. I'm guessing that within this array I've got 5 entries, and each entry is a hash. So you've got the hashes, key value pairs, and you've got array entries, which is values, and the values in the key value pairs and the entries in the array can themselves either be an array or a hash. So you build up this complex data structure, and we're gonna start working with this in the next tutorial, and I'm gonna write a little program that downloads this JSON feed from Onion and just get some information out of it. So join me again then, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in the last tutorial we looked at getting some JSON from a JSON server, and in this tutorial we're going to look at parsing that JSON. So we've seen that if you go to appropriate URLs such as this one from Twitter, you can get a string of text in a JSON format which looks, for example, like this. And if I format it with a JSON formatter like this one, then it looks maybe something like this, so it looks a lot better. And now using this as a guide, we can parse that in an Android application. And I've rearranged my Android application a bit last time, so I've given it a text view with a connect button, and when I click connect there, what happens is it goes and it contacts the server at that URL, and then just displays the result in the text field. And to do that I just use standard stuff that we've covered already in the nuts and bolts section of this tutorial, so I won't go over that again, but very briefly, I just added a listener to the button, and in the async task we run download HTML, and that returns whatever it downloads. And in onPost execute, which again we covered this in async tasks previously, I just we receive the text there that's downloaded, and that's the JSON formatted text, and I just set it as a text in the text view. So now let's work on parsing that text, and the first thing we need to do is we need to parse it into a JSON, well, into a kind of Java data structure rather than a big string of text. So to do that, what I'll do is I'll use a class called JSON tokener, and I can use the constructor. I'll say new JSON tokener, and I'll pass in the text that we want to format there, and then I'll say next value, call the next value method, and that hopefully will return well, it will return some kind of JSON entity. But let's see what. I'm hoping it's going to be a JSON array, but I'm going to say object obj equals new JSON tokener brackets result.next value. And let's surround that with try catch, as I know it wants to be. And so notice here, like I'm using, because I only want to use this tokener once to do the parsing once, I'm saying new tokener, and I'm not storing a reference to that object. I'm just calling next value. So this object here is not a tokener, it's whatever next value returns. And next value could return, it's going to return object, but the thing that it returns could be a JSON array if the top level object that's parsed is a JSON array, it's an array of values, or it could be a JSON object if the top level object will be a hash. But I think that the top level object has to be an array, so but let's just check to be sure. And I'm going to just say here, let's say text view dot set text obj.get class dot toString and see what that does. And I'll comment this out. I'll comment out the text view dot set text, and I'll run that. So if we look at the JSON while that's loading, I already said in the last tutorial it's made up of arrays and hashes. I didn't actually know you could do that. You can actually expand and contract it, which is quite handy. And the arrays are the array elements are contained within these square brackets separated by commas, and within these kind of curly parentheses you have hashes, key value pairs, and the key value pairs are represented by JSON objects, and the array elements, the arrays themselves are represented by JSON array objects. So it's just like lists and hashes in Java, basically. And this can be a little bit hard to understand to start with, but if you work with it a little bit, you'll get the idea pretty quickly. So I've got my phone up now, it seems to be running, so let's go to the screencast and click connect. And we've got hopefully we've got something. Here we go. So we've got a JSON array object, and why have we got a JSON array? Because the top level object here is an array. And how do we know that? Because this is a square bracket. And what are the elements in the array? Well, let's find out. And I'm guessing they're hashes because, well, I know they're hashes. And hashes are represented. Okay, hash is kind of like, I'm thinking of hash map basically. I should say they're maps, but a map or a set of key value pairs is represented in JSON by a JSON object. So let's get the first value out of that array. In fact, let's iterate through the array. That will be more interesting. So I'm going to go to Eclipse here, and I'm going to go to, the bit that actually parses, where I actually parse that JSON is here, and I've got back a JSON array object. So now I know that this is going to be a JSON array. Let's say JSON array, and let's just call this items or something like that, because each item I assume is going to be a news item, but let's just call it items. And because this next value returns an object, I've got to cast that to the right type, which is JSON array, and I save that. And I'm going to have to put brackets around this whole thing, I think. And let's add the import of JSON array there, and there we go. And now we've got JSON array, we can iterate through it. Let's say for object item in items. So I'll just use the for loop to iterate through this. And I'm gonna say, I think that works. Oh, okay, it's not iterable. I really thought that worked, but I think I'm getting confused between the kind of most common JSON library in Java and this version. Let's try using a for loop instead. So I'm going to say something like for int I equals 0. This is surely bound to work. I less than items dot size, right? It has size. It doesn't have size. I think I'm really getting confused. Length. There we go. Length. And I++. So if you want to pass JSON, not in Android, just search for JSON Java, and you'll find a jar file library that you can download, and that has a load of very, very similar methods in. But I think they're not identical, because I'm sure that worked. The iteration worked in the other version. Well, I'm not completely sure. I think it did. Okay, let's try this. And I'm gonna get the items out one by one. I'll say items.get and pass in the index there. And let's say object and item equals items.getI. So I'm iterating over all the items in this JSON array with this for loop. And let's just do here something like text view dot append and item dot get class dot to string. And I think append doesn't write a new line, so let's write a new line after that, like this. And I'm going to run that if there are no errors, which there don't seem to be. And now, what is any guesses as to what is going to be the class of each item? Well, there's only two possibilities: JSON array and JSON value. And we don't expect to have mixed and matched values in an array. I don't think that's allowed in JSON. I hope not anyway. So they're probably all going to have the same type. And if we just look at the JSON here, so if I go to the browser here, we can see that we've got a curly bracket here, and a curly bracket means a map, a set of key value pairs, which means JSON value rather than JSON array. So the elements, this is an array, and the elements in the array are JSON values. So I expect that we're going to see JSON value coming back here. And let's see if I'm correct. And let's go to the emulator here, the screencast, sorry, and click connect. And we'll see what comes back. And there we go, JSON. Did I say JSON value? I meant JSON object. So we've got JSON objects and JSON arrays, JSON objects and JSON arrays. Okay. So now I can get the JSON objects. It's really JSON values stuck in my brain for some reason. I can get the JSON objects, and from each of those I can retrieve these key value pairs. And there's not too much more complexity to this, so I should be able to retrieve this headline, the text here, directly from each object. Let's try to do that now. So now I know that each item is a JSON object. I can say here JSON object, and this would break if the format of the JSON supplied by Twitter in this case changed. So you could do if object instance of JSON object and then pass it that way. But since your application is going to be useless anyway if the format changes, I think I'll be content just to assume that it is a JSON object and proceed on that basis. So let's say JSON object, well, I could call it item still, couldn't I? JSON object item equals items.get and cast that to a JSON object. And add the import for JSON object. And let's say string title equals item, and now I can use item dot get string, and because I can get key value pairs from this, if I look at the actual JSON, one key that it's got is text, so I could get all the titles from it using this text key. And clearly this is a string. I know it's a string because it's in double quotes, whereas that is an integer, I suppose, or a long, but this is a string. So let's do get string and retrieve that. I think that's what I want. Let's just have a quick look down. There's nothing more interesting. Here is an example of a key which has as its value another JSON object, another map in other words. So you can have arrays within maps within arrays and so on. You get the idea, I think, probably, or you will do after you've looked at it a bit. Okay, and let's just finish this off by getting the text key here. So I type text in there, and I'm just going to say TextView.append title and then append a new line. So this should get me 5 titles of headlines from the Onion's Twitter feed. And if this is kind of quite confusing the first time you see it, and as always, I strongly recommend just working through this yourself step by step, and hopefully you'll see what I'm doing and you'll get the idea of maps within arrays within maps and so on, and you'll see how you can tell if it's an array because of the square bracket, and if it's a JSON object it's going to be a curly bracket and so on, and you'll get the idea of it. But it can sometimes take a little bit of working through before the penny drops, I find. So let's take a look here. I'm holding my phone in my hand and trying to get it the right way up, and there we go, and I'll click the connect button, and there we go. There are a bunch of titles from the Onion. Yeah, the formatting's not great, but that's because, I mean, that genuinely is the stuff that was in there. So we've achieved our aim, and there you go. Okay, so that's enough for this tutorial, and I'm not going to dwell much more, I don't think, on parsing JSON, because that's more or less all there is to it, and you just need to get the hang of this, and it is a bit tedious, but the results can be quite interesting, as you can see. So I'll leave it there for now, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at formatting data as JSON, and we're going to then go on in the next tutorials to actually send that data to a server. And your ultimate object here might be to communicate data to another phone, but as we've previously seen, the way to do that will be to send your data to a server, and then the other phone would have to be checking the server periodically, or it would have to have perhaps a socket connection to the server or something, so that it could then retrieve data from that server. So here, before we can send the data, we need to somehow format it, and I'm going to show you how to format data as JSON, which kind of assumes that your data is going to not be something like an image, but it's going to be maybe some integer values or text data like a username and password or something like that. So to send the data to a server, the first thing you need is, let's assume that you've already got the data to send. The first thing you need is either a JSON object or a JSON array to act as a root node. And I've set up this application here, and just like in the last tutorial, we've got an application, and it's got a text area here which you can't really see, and it's got a button marked with send data, and if I click that button now, it's just going to run this method here. So assuming we've got the data we want to send, we need a JSON object or a JSON array to act as the root node for our JSON data. And I've looked into this, and apparently there's no rule as to whether your root kind of node in JSON has to be a array or a map. It can be either, and apparently also you can even have different values in an array of different types, which I didn't realize, and I don't know why you would want to do that, but it is allowed. So anyway, let's start with maybe a JSON. How about a JSON object? So I'll start with a JSON object. So I'll declare a JSON object, and let's call this root, and I'll set it equal to a new JSON object like this, and I'll add the input, Control-Shift-O, and now we can add key value pairs to this root. So I could say root.put, and it's just like using a map in Java. So let's say, for example, user, and I'll put my name here, John, and how about root.put password, and let's put some stuff here, and just to demonstrate I'll put like a string of really crazy characters, including even some brackets and things like that. There we go. So you can send any kind of stuff there, although I would have to escape a speech mark if I wanted to use it to actually get it into the string. It would have to be escaped, but apart from that you can kind of bung any old stuff in there. And let's also have I mentioned, I think in the last tutorial, that you can have JSON objects that contain JSON arrays, and the JSON arrays can contain JSON objects, so you can build up really complex data structures. It's like maps of lists of maps and so on. So just to make this a little bit more complicated, let's have a JSON array as one of the values in this object, this map type object. And actually this throws a exception, so I'm just going to surround this with a try catch, and I'll put this one in the same try catch as well. And let's have here a JSON array. I'll just declare it here, I think. JSON array. Whoops, get the case right. JSON array, and what should we call this? Maybe let's call it animals, and set that equal to a new JSON array. And add the input for JSON array with Ctrl+Shift+O, and now I can use put on this to add values to it, animals.put, and you see you've got different overloaded varieties of put, take doubles and booleans and whatnot, and so you can add values of different types in here. They don't all have to be the same type, and I can't really see why you would do that, because to my mind, if you had different types in an array, you'd be better off using a JSON object so that you can have keys for each value and say what it actually is, because to look at an array containing different types is quite confusing. You don't know what's going to be in each, what each value actually means. But we'll let that pass, and I'm just going to put some strings in here. So let's say kangaroo, and I'll add some more values in here. Lion, dog, cat, and I'll make this animals JSON array a value in the root node corresponding to a key. So I'll just say root.put, and we'll give it a key like animals. It could be anything, and I'll put the actual JSON object, the JSON array in there as the value. And now the final step is we say, let's say string JSON equals, and the root.toString, and now we've got our JSON. And to display that, what I'll do is I'll get the actual text view in my application. Let's call it text view, and I'm just going to use standard stuff here. I'm just going to use find view by ID and r.id dot output, which is the name, the ID that I gave to my text view. Add the input, and we'll say text view dot set text JSON so that you can see it. Now, one thing actually I should show you is this toString method is kind of designed with the idea of actually sending data to a server, but there's also a toString method that takes a integer value, and if you supply an integer in there, it will actually format it to make it more readable to human beings. And the integer here is the number of spaces to add to each indent level, so I'll just leave it at 1 for the moment, and let's just run this application. And another thing that you're often going to want to do is often you just want to do like a GET request to a server, as we've seen before, and send like an ID or something, or or maybe send like a username or a password, and it's actually the server that would send back the JSON. So here we're going to send JSON to a server, but you often want to do it the other way around. And if you search for something like JSON Java in Google, you'll find that there's a library that's included with Android, but you can use that library in your server program, if your server is Java, to actually format JSON the same way in your server. It works just the same, but you probably will need to include a extra jar. And of course, if you're using PHP or something like that, there are built-in methods that can format JSON, I believe. So I've got the application up and running, and let's take a look. And I'll just click the button here, and here's my formatted JSON. So you can see that because I started off with a root object, it's a JSON object, it's kind of like a map. I've got it's opening with this curly parenthesis, and there's a closing one down there. And here are my key value pairs, and you can actually see that the / in this password value has actually been escaped by a \, which is handy. And the other values, you can see user, these are key value pairs separated by colons. And here's my animals array, and you can see it's an array. Well, here's the key, and the value is the array, and the array is surrounded by square brackets like this, and I've got my animals coming out here. So that's it for this tutorial, and in the next tutorial we're going to send this JSON to a server. So join me again then, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial I'm going to modify my server program so that it can respond to post requests. So this isn't Android specific, and your server program could be written in all kinds of possible technologies. It doesn't have to be Java, but just for the sake of completeness, I'm going to show you how to create a simple servlet that can respond to post requests. And in fact, we've already got this servlet here that can respond to GET requests, and I'm just going to modify this one. And just to repeat, if you do want more information about servlet programming, I've got this course here on udemy.com, and you can find out more information if you go to www.caveofprogramming.com, and you'll find links to all my courses there, including this servlet programming course. And you can look at the first few videos, first 7 or so, completely for free if you want to get started with servlet programming. But let's assume that you can already create servlets. Then every servlet has, well, actually every servlet can have a do-get method, like the one we've been working with previously, and a do-post method. And if you send a post request to your servlet, then the do-post will be invoked. And the difference between do-get and do-post is that a get request to a server will send basically data in a URL. It's like going to a URL in your browser, and that's fine for sending very small amounts of data like an ID. But to send larger amounts of data, you want to make a post request which doesn't go through the URL. It somehow streams the data directly to the server. And in your servlet program, if you're using servlets, you respond to post requests with a do-post method. So just to show you this working, I'm going to say I've got my do-post method in my servlet here, and I'm just going to say print writer out equals response.getWriter. And of course this isn't anything directly to do with Android, and you could use a PHP script or something else instead. And I'll just say out.println, let's say something like hello from server, so that we can see something happening. And then let's also get any post data that's sent. So I'll say request.getReader, and that returns a buffered reader So I'll say buffered reader br equals request.getReader, and let's declare a string line equals null, and then I can say here while, and in brackets line is equal to br.readLine. This is pretty simple, and you're probably familiar with this kind of thing already. And while that whole thing in the brackets is not equal to null, then let's get a opening parenthesis, and I'll say here out.println server read this, and let's just echo back the line there. So when we make a post request to this servlet, we should expect to see hello from server, and then a bunch of lines echoing back whatever we sent in the post data. And I'm going to deploy that just as I did before, just by exporting a WAR file and sending it. But it will carry on working just like it did before. If you make a GET request, it's going to do the same thing that it did before. The behavior is only going to be different for a POST request. So that's enough for this tutorial, and in the next tutorial I'm going to create an Android program that sends some JSON data via a POST to this server. So join me again then, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial I'm going to modify my JSON program here so that it actually sends JSON data to my server, which is my Java servlet, but it could be a PHP script or basically anything. So I've got this method here that actually formats my JSON at the moment, and I'm going to rearrange this a bit because I'm going to create a method here called private string format data or something like that. Format data as JSON, let's call it. And this method is going to do all this. It's going to actually get the data that we want to format. So I'll put that in there, and I'll return, let's return my JSON here. So where I say root.toString, I'll just return that from the method, return root.toString, and I won't pass toString an integer because I don't want to format this for, actually maybe I will, let's make it human readable. But normally you don't want your JSON to be human readable when you send it to a server. But for the purposes of this demo, actually it will be quite nice. And I'll just return null if something goes wrong. And let's also just have a log.d here. And I'll say here can't format JSON. So I'm just rearranging the code from a previous tutorial here. And all we're doing is just formatting some data as JSON and then hopefully returning it from this method. Now in this send data to server method, this method runs when you click the button in this application here. So here I'm going to first get the JSON data that I want to send. So let's say here string JSON equals. And now we can contact the server and send this data. So I've actually already added internet permissions to this application, my JSON uploader here. If I go to the Android manifest, I've added this Android permission.internet, and I've also made sure that my phone is connected to the internet, because otherwise it's not going to work. Let's just save this. And now again I need to contact my server in an async task, because if I don't, I'll get an exception being thrown. And if it were to be allowed, it would look at my user interface, but Android won't even let you contact a server on the main thread. So let's say here new async task, and for the parameters I'll supply void for the first two and string for the last one, because I want to get a string which is going to be the response from the server. I'll open a curly parenthesis here, and at the end I'll say execute to actually run the async task. and I'll click the error here and go to add unimplemented methods. And now I can put some code in here that contacts my server. So let's say here, instead of saying return null, let's say return send data. Actually no, I've already got a send data to server, so I can't use that. Let's say return server get server response. How's that? And I'll create that method. I'll just click this error here and go to create method get server response. And I actually want it to be a method in my top level method in my activity. So I'll add this here. And then I'm just going to click in my async task and right click and go to source, override implement methods on post execute. So this is going to get the actual text that I return in doing background. And in here I'm going to say text view equals text view find view by ID r.id dot, and I gave that text view an ID of output, and then I can just say text view dot set text result, and this result that's passed to on post execute, as we've discussed before, is going to be what you return from doing background, which is going to be a string, because that's the third template parameter here. I'm going to return whatever get server response returns. And now in get server response I can add the code that contacts my server and sends my JSON. And actually I'm going to have to pass get server response my JSON, so let's pass that in here. Pass in the JSON, and here I can make this take a string parameter. And now we've kind of dealt with the plumbing. Actually I'm going to have to make this string JSON either final or just move it closer to here. Let's maybe make it final like that, so that I can access it within this anonymous method. And now finally I can write, I've dealt with the plumbing and the rearranging, and now I can actually write the server code that will contact the server. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll return null for a moment just to shut it up and stop it complaining, because it's good to work with a program that's actually compiling. And now to send data to the server I'm going to use a HTTP post object. So I'll say HTTP post equals new HTTP post, and I can pass a URL to that. And if I just go to my browser, this one I think, and let's just get the URL here of my servlet program that I wrote, just copy that, go back to Eclipse, and I'll just paste this URL in there. So the HTTP post class kind of encapsulates the idea of making a post request. And I need to wrap my JSON string up in a string entity. So I'm going to say string entity equals new string entity, and then I pass the string that I want to send to the constructor of string entity, and that throws a exception. So let's just surround with try catch, and it's always quite tricky to remember everything when you're dealing with kind of code that involves more than one application. So I'm going to actually handle these exceptions, and there are my initials, and I'm just going to say e.toString in there. And so I've got my entity, and now I can say post.setEntity and pass in that entity. And I also want to say post.set header, and I want to set my the header is information that you send to your server, So all kind of GET and POST requests have headers, and in the header I want to say content hyphen type, capital C on content there and lowercase t on type, and all in lowercase, application / JSON, and that tells the header, that tells the server what kind of data I'm actually sending. And now I'm going to use a default HTTP client, and let's call this client equals new default HTTP client, and this is the thing that's actually going to send the POST request. So that, like the HTTP post here, that just encapsulates the idea of the actual request, but it's the HTTP client that's actually going to send it. And I'm going to use client.execute, and I'm going to pass in my post execute here, and I also need to have some kind of handler. So let's use a basic response handler, and this is what enables me to get my response from the server. Let's call that handler, and I'll set it equal to a new basic response handler, and I'll pass that as a second argument of my execute. And that also throws an exception, so let's just add catch clause to surrounding try here, and I've got a bunch of possible errors here, and I'm just going to, in each one of them, I'm just going to handle them by outputting debug stuff saying exception.toString, so that hopefully we'll get a useful error message. And this returns a response, which in this case is going to be a string, and that's going to be the data that my servlet sends back, the stuff that I wrote in my servlet with out.println, or if you had a PHP script, of course, you could you'd send your data back by some other method, but it's just stuff that the servlet or the server in general just prints out. That's what we're going to get back here. So let's say string response equals client.execute, and now I'll just say return response, and I'm returning this from my get server response, and get server response is called in doing background in my async task, and it returns a string which on post execute then receives, and it sets the text of the text view in on post execute, because you can only update your GUI in on post execute, you can't update it in doing background in your async task. I think that's all working. If we don't get a response, we're going to return null, and I could say something like unable to contact server. Maybe we'll make it a little bit more robust, but I won't dwell too much on error handling here, because I just want to show you the nuts and bolts of getting this thing working. So let's run this on my phone, and then I can try it out, and hopefully we'll get the stuff back that we've sent. I did remember to send the JSON, didn't I? Yeah, I did. We should get our JSON back, and I also, in the last tutorial, programmed the server to send me back a little message as well. So let's just try this, and I'll go to my screencast. Don't know why, but my taskbar has vanished, and here we go, and I'll click send data, and we'll wait, and there we go. So we've got hello from server, and we've got the JSON that we sent, and the reason I've got that is purely because I told my server to send it back, and it's formatted because I formatted the JSON when I sent it with toString, but you wouldn't normally want to do that. You'd normally want to just compress it as much as possible. So here I'm using toString1, but usually you just use toString. And the reason it looks as it does is just because here in my servlet I sent back hello from server, and I echoed back the JSON, and that's what we're seeing here. So that's it for this tutorial. Have fun with that, and of course you could parse the JSON in your server. If you search for JSON, Java, jar or something like that in Google, you'll find a little library that you can include with your servlet to enable you to parse JSON. You can parse JSON in any Java program just by the same kind of method that I've already shown you. So that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and this is a tutorial on fragments in Android. A fragment is basically a reusable part of an activity, so usually it will represent part of the user interface, but not necessarily. And a fragment is self-contained, so you could use it in multiple activities, or you could have an activity that swaps in different fragments, swaps them in and out. So in this tutorial I'm just going to create a really simple demonstration of a fragment to get started. And fragments they were introduced in Android API level 11, and they were really introduced to support big screens like pads rather than phones. And I'm just working here with a little HTC Desire C, so this isn't the ideal platform to demonstrate fragments, but fragments are useful on phones too, so it's not a waste of effort by any means. So I'm going to create a new Android application project here, and let's call it Fragments Demo, or maybe Fragments Introduction. And I'll set the package to com.caveofprogramming.android.fragments, and of course you would want to use your own package name in there. And I'll set the minimum required SDK to SDK 11 here, Honeycomb, which was when fragments were introduced, I believe. And I'll say that I don't want this icon. Let's just click next, next, and finish. Now let's start off with a fragment class. So what I'll do is I've got a bunch of Java courses, and I'll create a little fragment to start off with that displays an icon for my course and some text introducing it. And I'll just kind of hard code stuff in a minute and just get this up and running, and we'll kind of elaborate this more in future tutorials. So I'll right click this package and I'll go to new class, and let's call this something like product fragment. So the idea is this is a fragment that showcases a particular product. And I'll change this superclass to fragment here, fragment, and I'll just click browse and select Android.app fragment and click finish. And now let's right click and go to source, override implement methods. And there are three particularly important methods here that we might want to override. And one is onCreate, and that's where you would do any kind of initialization, non-view initialization anyway. And then we've also got onCreateView, and this is where you create the view for your fragment if it has a view. And onCreateView can return null if your fragment doesn't have a view, but usually it will do. And we might as well also override, although I probably won't use it here, onPause. And fragments actually have their own life cycle, and if your parent activity is destroyed, the fragment will be destroyed and so on. But fragments can also be destroyed and paused and so on separately to the activity that they're in, and a fragment can be removed from an activity, for example. So because an activity or a fragment, if it's going to be destroyed, it's going to be stopped or destroyed, it will first go through onPause. onPause is a really good place to save any data that you need to save. I probably won't use it here, but we could put a comment here, save data if necessary. and you would probably only want to save small amounts of data in there, and if you have a lot of data to save, then you want to be saving that as you go along when your fragment is actually active. Of course, it's the same with an activity. I'll leave super.onCreate in this onCreate here, and we could put more initialization here. So let's say here initialization here, and here in onCreate view, that's what I'm going to use in this tutorial to create my view. So let's return null for the moment, just to get rid of this compile error, and I will create a layout for this fragment. So I'll make this a visual fragment. So I'll right click layout here under res, and I'll go to new Android XML file, resource type layout, and let's call this product fragment.xml, and I'll base that on relative layout, I think, although you could use any layout, and I'll click finish. And I'll just do something really simple here, because I don't want to take up time just with kind of doing basic layout stuff again, but I'll have an image view here, image view, and let's give that an ID. So I'm defining the ID, so I use plus there, and let's call this image, and I'll say that the layout width is wrap content, and let's make the layout height wrap content as well, and I'll say align parent top true, and let's also have center horizontal, set that to true, and maybe I'll set the padding as well. Let's give it a padding of, let's try 10 dp. And underneath the image view I'll have some text, so the image view can display kind of a product icon for this simple example, and underneath that let's have a text view. So let's say text view, and ID I will make text, well let's say ID title, just for the moment, title. And again, the layout width and layout height I'll set to wrap content. So let's just copy those and paste this in here. Let's have central horizontal as well, and let's try the padding. I may delete it later. And I'll also say layout below, and I'll say that I want it below the image here. So below ID, below ID image. Let's save that and see how it looks. Okay, that's okay. I probably need to set a content description here. So let's just say content description product image, and I'll just do Control-1 and add that to strings.xml. Okay, and this is all just stuff that we've seen before basically, but the difference is it's going to be in a fragment. So now I'll go back to my fragment, product fragment.java, and in here we've got an inflator already. So I can say view equals inflator.inflate, and I'll use this 3-argument version, which is used in the example on developer.android.com, and for the resource here I'm going to say layout.product fragment, which is the XML that I just created, and for the view I'm going to pass in container here, which is this view group that's passed in, and I'll say attached to root false, because apparently the kind of fragment will be attached to its root container anyway, so you don't want to do it twice by setting this to true. And actually I found you can set that to true or false, or just use the 2-argument version. It doesn't seem to make a difference, but probably it does behind the scenes. So let's just stick to what we see in developer.android.com, which is this version of inflate, and I'm going to return the view down here. And if you want to do view related initialization, then you're going to have to do it here, because here you've got your view. So let's just do that, and for the moment I'll just do something really simple. Firstly, I'll get some icons from my various courses here. So I've got let's see, I've got an Android course and whoops, I mean to open it. Android course and a Java beginners. If I could just highlight these, it would be good. And servlets, swing, threads, and maybe that's it. Okay, so let's just copy those. They'll certainly do anyway. I'll just copy them and I'll go to Eclipse, and I'll just create a sort of, I'll right click res here and I'll go to new folder and create a folder called drawable, because I'm not going to bother creating different resolution icons here. And I'll just right click drawable and I'll paste them in there. So here are my icons. And now let's set the image. Let's get the image view here and set the image on it. So I'll say image view equals typecast image view view.find view by ID, because we need to use the particular view that we're creating, inflating here, and we need to call find view by ID on that. And I'll say r.id.image. That's the ID of my image view. And I'll add the import for image view, and let's also get the text view. So text view, text, let's call this title view equals text view view.find view by ID r.id.title, and add the import again. And for the image view I want to set a drawable, so I'll say drawable icon equals get resources dot get drawable, and to get drawable I pass r dot drawable dot, and let's just set initially the let's set this swing icon, and so I'm just using the icon that I pasted in. And now I can say image view dot set drawable, set image drawable, that's the one, icon, and I can say title view dot set, and for the moment I'm just going to do set text, and I'm just going to hard code some text here. So let's just say swing mastering Java swing for the title. This doesn't really matter, just so that I have something to display. And now, so I've got a complete fragment now that should work, and now I can include that in my main activity. So let's go to the activity underscore main.xml and look at the XML view here, and I'll get rid of text view here, and instead of text view I'll say fragment with a lowercase f, and I'll add an ID here, and let's set the ID to, let's set it to product, maybe just product for the moment. I might change it later. And I have to set the name, so Android name, and I'm going to set that to my fragment class. So I'm going to say com.cave of programming, just looking up here, .android.fragments, and you could put your fragments in a separate package, of course. I've just bunged everything in one package here, and the name of the class is product fragment. So there's my package name, and then product fragment is the name of my class. And let's lay this out somehow. So I'll say layout width is wrap content, and layout height. My laptop here sounds like a helicopter, but never mind, it's really noisy. And I think that's all I have to do. So let's just run this and see how it looks. I'm going to to run it as an Android application, and what I'll do is I'll probably create like a couple of fragments and we'll have them communicating with each other and stuff like that. But initially I just want to show you how to get one basic fragment up and running. So let's go to my screencast, which is down here somewhere. There it is. And here's my fragment. It's not very pretty, but that's because I just bunged it together really fast. And I could do some things to make it look nicer, like for example maybe set the text color to black and set the background of the relative layout to white. So probably do stuff like in text view, say text color equals Android color black, and on the relative layout here I might want to do something like background equals Android color white, stuff like that. Possibilities are endless really, but you get the idea. So that's a basic fragment, and we'll go on to do some more stuff with fragments in the next tutorial. So join me again for the next one, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at list fragments. And list fragments enable you to display a list of things with a minimal amount of effort. So to support this example, I've created a course.java. I want to show a list of my courses in this case, and course.java is just this course bean, which has a int, which is an image ID, and it has a string title and a string description. And I've also created a class courselist.java, and that just extends an array list of courses, and all it is in the constructor there I've added a bunch of new course objects to the array list. And I've also given course.java a string which just returns the title so that we can display it in a list. And the stuff that I'm about to show you, it would work as well with an array or an array list equally of strings. So this stuff isn't important, and it's just basically here a bean that contains some data and a list of beans, but we could use just an array of strings or something. So that's the data, and I'm going to right click my package here that I'm bunging everything into, and I'm going to create a new class, and I'll call this course list fragment, and I'll say that the superclass of this is going to be list fragment. Let's just click browse and select the appropriate class here in the right package, and I'll click finish. And here's my list fragment, and I don't need to do much work to get this to display a list. At the minimum, all I really need to do is I'm going to right click here, go to source, override implement methods, and let's override the onCreate method from fragment. So we've got this somewhere in here, we've got onCreate. So I'll override that. And of course by default when you override a method in Eclipse, it calls the superclass version of that method. And don't forget to leave that in, because this actually won't work without a call to the superclass onCreate. So you need to have that there. And then I'm just going to give this some data. So let's say private course list courses equals new course list, and as I said before, this could just be a list of strings or something if you prefer. And I'm going to create an array adapter here. Let's use an array adapter. Could be an array adapter, whoops, not list, array adapter, and it could be an array adapter of strings, but I'm going to make it an array adapter of my course objects. And I will say, I'll call this adapter and set it equal to new array adapter. And for the context here, I'm going to use the fragment method getActivity. And for the text view resource ID, let's use a standard layout android.r.id.simple, not ID actually, android.r.layout.simple list item 1. That should do the trick. And for the last argument, this is where you supply your array or your list. So I'll supply my courses, which just extends array list. And I'll save that and see how it looks. It looks good. And then let's call set list adapter and pass in the adapter there. And that's all we need to do to implement this fragment at the most basic level. So now I'll add that to my layout. I'll go to my main activity layout here, activity_main.xml, and let's just copy this one as an example. And now instead of com.caverprogramming.android.fragments product fragment, I'm going to have here course list fragment, and you have to make sure that you get this all correct to refer to your fragment. Let's give it an ID of list, and the layout settings can remain the same. And I'll already run that so we can see how it looks. And now there's one other thing that I'd like to do here, which is if I go to my course list fragment.java, then I'm also I want to respond to item clicks. And I'm not going to do much with it for the moment, but I just want to show you how to respond to item clicks. So in my fragment Java here, I'm just going to right click and go to source override implement methods, and I'm going to override the on list item click method. I can see that it's actually run on my phone, but I'll show you the screencast here. It's quite dreadful because I forgot some crucial layout. There's my list, but I forgot some crucial layout parameters. So what I'll do is I'll go to my activity_main.xml, and I forgot to say this is actually a relative layout, and I forgot to say that I want to say layout below, and for the ID here at sign ID / product, I want to put it below my product fragment here. And let's also say center horizontal. That might be nice as well, or not, I don't know. In fact, let's also make the other one center horizontal. True. There we go. And I'll run that again. And back to course list fragment.java now. We'll deal with this on click thing here. So when an item's clicked, we're going to get the position of it in this list. So let's say course in this case, and it could be a string or something. Course equals courses dot get, and supply the position there, and just to do something with it for the moment, let's say toast.make text. For the context, again I pass getActivity. For the text, let's say course.get description, and let's just pop it up briefly. Let's say toast.length short and .show. And I see on my phone now this looks pretty good. I'll just show you that. There we go, looks a lot better. And let's just run this. And we're going to look shortly at communication between fragments, which will be somewhat familiar to you if you've done any kind of GUI programming at all. But for this tutorial, we'll just stick to getting this list fragment working so that I've got two fragments to work with that I can demonstrate to you. So it's up on my phone now, and there it is. It's not the prettiest thing in the world because I haven't taken a whole lot of trouble about it. And actually it's worth mentioning, if you look at the list fragment API page in Android, it shows you how to supply custom formatting for this fragment, and I probably won't go into that, but I'm sure you can work it out yourself from the API page. It's pretty simple, but I'll probably just leave it at default formatting. So now if I click on one of these, we're going to see a toast. There we go, and we've got a description that describes my course. Bit of free advertising for me. Okay, So that's it for this tutorial, and we're going to do some more work with fragments in the next tutorial, and until then, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial I'm just going to format these list items, and I wasn't going to do this, and what I'm going to show you is not even specific to fragments, but they just look so ugly that I can't bear to leave them as they are. And since the last tutorial, what I've done is I've set the background of the activity to white. So this is set to white in the activity main layout that lays out the fragments, and I made a few other little changes, like for example in the Android manifest I went to the main activity theme here and I set it to the system resources something like theme.holo.node title bar or something like that, to get rid of the action bar on top, which looked a bit unsightly. And did I already just say that I've added a description to this fragment? I'm not sure. Well, anyway, I did. And apart from that, I don't think I've changed anything. So nothing major, just a few little formatting changes. And now I just want to change the size of these list items here, and I want to make the padding, I want to reduce the padding between them because they just look terrible. And notice although they're going off the end of the screen here, you can scroll up and down. So I'm scrolling up and down with my finger on my phone here. So let's go ahead and change that. And at the moment in course list fragment here, which presents that list of items, I'm using android.r.layout.simple.list item 1, and I can supply my own layout there. And if you Google this in Google, then where else would you Google it? Then you can find the source code for simple list item 1, and you'll see that it's just a text view, so we can supply our own formatting there. And I'm going to just right click layout here and go to new Android XML file, and I'll select layout for resource type, and for file I'm going to put course underscore list underscore item, and I'm going to scroll down here and select text view as the root node, because you can use a text view as a root node, but then you can't put anything else in it, of course. Click finish, and let's look at the actual XML view here. And this somehow this is retrieved a version that I made earlier, I think. But what I did was I gave it an ID of text1, which I don't think is important. I don't think it looks at the ID, but I'm not sure, it might do. So call it text1 if you're in any doubt. And I set the width to match parent, the height to wrap content, text color I've set to black, and I'm going to give it a padding, each list item a padding of 10 dp I think. And for the text size, let's try 16 and see how that looks. And that's going to be transparent by default. So since I set the background of my parent container to white, then these items should look white as well. And one thing that I'm going to do perhaps in the next tutorial is just move this code outside of course list fragment, because I want to use actually the data in my other fragment as well, but we'll get onto that. So now that I've done that, I forgot the crucial bit, which is to actually change this in my array adapter here. Of course I've got to also change this instruction as to which layout to use. So it just pops up on my phone and it looks completely the same. So let's change that. Let's say r.layout and that layout that I just created, which was course list item, and I'll run that, and let's go to the console and see how it looks. So console, and here we go, it's installing it. Okay, it's up on my phone, and if I show you the screencast, this is what it looks like now, which I think is a improvement. And now it's small enough that we can see all the items and we can still click them just as before. So that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at communication between fragments. Now the key here is that we don't want one fragment to directly instruct another fragment what to do. So for this example application, I'd like to make it so that when I click one of the items in this list, it changes to the corresponding item in this top fragment here. But I don't want to have this fragment, the lower one, tell the top one what to do directly, because if you build an application with a bunch of fragments or components of any kind that are telling each other what to do, you end up with a sort of rat's nest where it becomes very hard to keep track of the communication between the different parts of your application. So what you want to do is you want to route all the communication through some kind of central class, which we call typically the controller. And in this case, the controller is going to be our activity. So the paradigm that we're going to use here is the activity will listen to what's happening in its fragments, and if something happens in a particular fragment, it will then tell other fragments what to do in response. So we've got the activity acting as a kind of controller class, if you know Model View Controller. And the pattern that we're going to implement here is known as the observer pattern, or I sometimes call it the listener event pattern, which I think is more descriptive, but it's technically known as the observer pattern. And it often gives beginners or people who haven't done any GUI stuff before it presents a bit of a learning curve. But if you do find what we're about to do at all tricky, my advice is just type it out and make it work, and don't sweat about it, because gradually your brain will come to understand it if you just get used to typing it and making it work. So the first thing I'm going to do is, in my course list fragment here, I'm actually setting the data that this course list fragment uses, but I want that data to be usable also by my product. I think I called it my product fragment here. I want my two fragments to use the same data, so I'm going to take this data out of here and put it in the main activity. So let's just cut this, and I'm going to leave a note here just in case you come looking for this and don't find it. I'm going to say data now initialized in main activity, and this stuff here I just put in as an example, and I'm going to therefore comment that out. So let's actually I might want to use that, I don't know, well, I'll think about it later, but for now, to get this to compile, I'll comment this out. And if you've been doing a lot of programming for a long while, you'll know that keeping your code compiling is always a healthy thing to do, and if you haven't, then I strongly recommend to do that. So I've got that data, and I'm going to use it to initialize my fragment down here, and I'm also going to go back to my course list fragment, and here's the actual reference to the course list data. I need that in main activity as well. So now I've moved all the data to my main activity, and now what I can do is I can get my fragments and initialize them with that data, and then I can go on to handle the communication between them. So it's kind of a two-step thing that I'm doing here. And now to actually get the fragments, it's best not to use find view by ID, but use get fragment manager dot find fragment by ID, and the fragment manager we'll look at a bit more shortly, perhaps in the next tutorial, and that can manage like a stack of fragments. I'm going to say here that it's exactly like doing find view by ID, and we say find fragment by ID dot r.id dot, and then the ID of the fragment. And I've got a fragment here called product. Probably should have called it product fragment really. And I've also got a fragment called list. So this is my list fragment, course list fragment. So let's say course list fragment, and I need to typecast the return value of this to, let's call it course list fragment equals course list fragment get fragment manager dot find fragment by ID, because this just returns a fragment and I want this specific fragment here. Then I can create my array adapter, and instead of saying get activity now, I can just say this for the first argument, and then instead of saying set list adapter here, I'm going to say course list fragment dot set list adapter, and I need to put the semicolon in there. And let's run this and check that it still works just as before, which again is always a very good thing to do. And the next thing I'm going to do here is I'm also going to initialize my product fragment with the same data. So I've got another fragment here that I want to use the same data, so let's just do the same thing again. And I'm going to go down here, just copy that, and then let's say product fragment, and let's change the typecast and change this to product, which was the ID of my product fragment, and I'll change this name to product fragment. There we go. And the applications just come up on my phone, so if I look at the screencast, which is here somewhere, there we go, it looks the same as it did before, which is great. So it's finding the data and it's being initialized correctly. And with the product fragment, let's take a closer look at that. So this is just based on the fragment class directly, and I need some kind of method here to actually set the details. So in onCreateView, I'm actually setting just dummy details here that I'm hard coding in, and I want a method that sets a particular course for this here. So I'm going to give it a method public void set course, and this, of course, set course is just because I'm working with these course objects that I've created, but this will be set whatever you want it to be. And then let's supply it with a course reference here, and then let's take the initialization code out of here. So I still want the inflator code in there, but all this stuff that's actually getting the course, it's actually dealing with sending the details of the course. I want to put it down here in set course, and I need to get my view here, and to do that I'm just going to call get view. So I'm going to say view equals get view. So the view is still created in onCreateView. It's inflated from the XML there, but then later on when I do set course, I get that view that's already been created and I set the details on it. And now the details that I want to set are now going to be, they're going to be stuff from this course that I pass in to set course. So I'll say get drawable, and the ID of that will be course.getImageID, and the text here for the title will be course.getTitle, and the text for the description course.getDescription. And again, let's check that that works, because I like to build things up step by step. And I'll go to my main activity here, and so in the main activity we've got the data here and we've got the product fragment. So let's say product fragment dot set course, and let's say course, I need the list, courses, which is my list of courses, dot get, and let's just get the first course there, and that should do the trick. And let's just take a look there what that will actually be. Actually, I'll run it first to save time. And if I go to courses here, course list, and press F3, then I can see the definition. So the first course should be this Java for beginners. So again, the application should look unchanged if I've got everything right, and if I haven't, then it's going to probably say that it's stopped or something. So it's starting on my phone, and I'm going to go to the screencast, and here we are. That's what it should look like. The formatting's not great. Actually, it looks a lot better on my phone because this screencast is like 1.5 times real size, so it looks a bit ropey on here. And of course I could go to more trouble. But now let's get on to the important bit, which is now communicating between these two fragments, because now I've got my data in one central place in this kind of controller main activity class, and I've got references to both of my fragments. And what I want to do is I want to listen to my course list fragment, and when something happens in there, I then want my activity to say, okay, someone's clicked a course in the course list, and it will then tell product fragment what to do. And to achieve that, first I'm going to go to my course list fragment, and I'm going to give this a interface that defines how a listener to this course list fragment should look. So I'm going to say here public interface, and let's call this something like on course item click listener. So this has a capital letter because it's a type, it's an interface. And now in here I can give like the stub of a method that this interface specifies a implementing class should have, and I'll just say something like public void and lowercase o, because this is a method, on item on course item clicked. And I need to pass the item that's actually being clicked, so let's pass this. I could pass the position or the ID of the item. In fact, that would be a very good idea because I don't even have direct access to the data here. So what I'm going to do is pass the ID, the position of the item that's being clicked. So the bottom line is we just define an interface, and this is just defining the idea of a class that could then receive information about a particular course item being clicked. And another thing I need to do in here is I need to give it a private on course item click listener. So this is a private variable of the type of the interface that I'm defining here, and let's call this on course item click listener. And I'll copy that, and now in on list item click, what I say is if on course item click listener is not equal to null, then I call its method on course item click listener dot on course item clicked, not equals, it's the wrong autocomplete, on course item clicked, and I pass in a position there. So if you're not familiar with the observer pattern, and you could Google for it and you'll find stuff on it, but this is one chunk of it. We define an interface, and I define a variable which has the type of that interface, so it can refer to an object that implements that interface. And then later on I say if that variable is actually pointing at an object, call that object's on course item clicked method if a list item is actually clicked, and we'll pass in the position of the item that's being clicked as well. Now the other bit here is, now this bit you probably will be familiar with because you will have done it before when you were listening to buttons and that kind of thing. In the main activity now, so in main activity, then I've got a reference to my course list fragment here, and I'm going to add a listener to that. In fact, let's do it way down here, because at this point I've got references to both fragments available, and I'm going to say course list fragment dot set on, I forgot to implement that. Let's go back. So course list fragment here, I need to give this a method that enables me to set this, which I completely forgot. So I'm going to just right click in here and I'm going to go to source, generate getters and setters, and expand on course item click listener and say that I'm going to generate a setter for that. Click OK. So we've got the interface definition, we've got a variable of the type of that interface, we've got a set method that lets us set that variable, and in on list item click we are checking to see if that variable points at something, and if it does, we're calling a method in the object that that variable references. And I'll go back now to main activity, and now I can do what I was trying to do just then. I can call course list item, course list fragment dot set on course item click listener, and I can supply this an anonymous class of that interface type. So let's say new on course item click listener. Actually, it's going to be new course list fragment dot on course item click listener. It's a bit of a mouthful, and this is a lot like the code that we've been using to respond to button clicks. We've just implemented our own version of what buttons do, and then so when an item's clicked, this method will be called in this object here, which is an object of an anonymous class. We're passing an object to course list fragment, and course list fragment is calling that object's method. So this here is actually calling this method here. And as I say, if this seems totally perplexing, my advice is type it out 2 or 3 times and it will gradually become a lot clearer. And in this method, all I need to do now is I need to say, let's get the appropriate course. So course equals course list. Did I call it course list? Oh, it's courses actually, courses. This is my data, which is up here, and that's just an array list. It just extends an array list. Courses.get position. This is the position of the course that was clicked in the list. And now I tell my product fragment what to do. I say product fragment dot set course and pass in that course. So I'm responding to what happens in one fragment, and then I'm telling another fragment what to do. And I'll just save that. And because this is in an anonymous method, to refer to this product fragment, I've either got to make this this definition of it final, or else make it a private variable. And some people have said to me, if you make this variable final, doesn't that mean you can't then change the object that it references? And the answer to that is no. That just means you can't then make this refer to a different fragment, but you can still change the object. You can still do stuff with the object it references. You just can't change this reference to refer to a different object, and we don't want to anyway, so that's absolutely fine. And now finally, if I've got all that right, this should work. So I'll click run. Whoops, yeah, there we go. And yeah, as I say, just to repeat, if you are reeling from shock at this point, then I advise typing it out, and you could also Google observer pattern, but really just typing is a good way to get it into your head. And if you're not too familiar with interfaces or anonymous classes, then check out my free Java for Beginners class course, which you can find on caveofprogramming.com. Okay, so it's now running on my phone, and I'm just gonna, somehow the application went away again, but I'm just going to click recent apps and go to the right app here, and here we have it. Oh, there we go, yeah, it's coming. Okay, and now if I click, I'm going to touch Learn Android Development here, and it's changed to the correct product, and I can click different products here and display details for different ones. So that's fragment communication. I hope that wasn't too bad, and this is really an absolutely standard technique that's widely used in GUI programming in Swing, for example, and variants on this technique, the observer pattern, are used even in other languages. So it's really well worth learning this, and it is one of the more slightly complicated things that you can learn in this kind of programming, but it will stand you in good stead, and once you understand it, you'll see it's not as bad as it perhaps first appears. So that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at managing fragments, and I'm going to take this application that we've already developed and I'm going to remove the top fragment here, and we're going to look at how you can swap this particular fragment, this lower fragment, for the top fragment here. So we're going to look at swapping one fragment with another. And one of the great things about fragments is that you can swap them around and reuse them, and they're generally kind of very flexible elements of the user interface that can be swapped around and changed around. So I'm going to modify this application a bit. I've made a copy of my original application, copied it to this new application called Fragment Manager, and I'm going to go to my layout, which is in Res Layout, and it's this one, activity main.xml, and I'm going to remove one of the fragments from here. So at the moment I've got this product fragment that shows an image of my course, and I've got this list fragment, and I'm going to get rid of product fragment altogether, and I'm going to, let's just put the list fragment at the top to make it look a bit nicer. And then I'm going to go to, let's save that, and I'm going to go to the main activity here, and I've got some code in here that gets the product fragment and changes the course product icon in it in response to stuff that happens in the list fragment. So I'm going to comment that out for the moment. In fact, no, I won't. What I'll do is, I'm in the original application, I got the product fragment from the layout because the layout was creating it. And now that I've just removed this second fragment from the layout, what I'm going to do instead is, instead of saying product fragment equals get fragment manager.find fragment by ID, I'm just going to say product fragment equals new product fragment. So I'm going to create this fragment directly in the code. Not product manager, product fragment. So instead of having it in the layout, I've now got it in the code, and I'm going to run that, and I'm pretty sure this isn't going to work for a reason that I will explain in a minute. But the basic idea is we want to have one fragment initially in the layout, and then I want to replace that with another fragment which I create in the code, and we're going to see how to do that in this tutorial. So let's take a look at what progress this is making. And I've got a error here as I expected, and let's just check that it is the error that I expected, and it's complaining about a null pointer exception. And if I scroll up a bit, we can probably see that it is, so it's in main activity, and it's saying, I don't know if I've got a line number in here. It probably is if I look down carefully enough. Anyway, I'll leave that rather than strain my eyes over this for the moment, because I already know where the error is. And the problem is that if we look what this is doing, I'm creating a fragment in code, and then I'm calling product fragment dot set course. And if I look at my product fragment here, I'll use F3 to go to it, then set course assumes that the fragment view has been created and initialized, and it hasn't. If I just do new product fragment, then the view hasn't been initialized, so I'm going to get an error here. And I want to change this around a bit, because what I'd like to do is, I've initially got my course fragment on display, and I want to make it so that when the user clicks one of those courses in the list, that it creates this new product fragment at that point on course item clicked here. This is my onClick method for my fragment, and then swaps the list for the product fragment showing the correct product. So to do that, I'm going to get rid of this for the moment, and I'm going to paste this down here in the onClick. So the idea is that when the user clicks the item, we'll create the product fragment in code, and now we want to put that into the view somehow. And I'm still going to have to do set course, but if I do it here, I think we'll still have the same problem, because if I just create the product fragment, no matter what I do, even if I put some code in here that then swaps it into the main view, it's still not going to be properly initialized at that point. I don't think. I think that we would have to get out of this method and let the kind of whatever is going on in the background on the main UE thread, we'd have to let that do its thing before we can talk about the product fragment view. So the bottom line is, basically, I'd like to just pass some initialization data to my constructor, and then I'd like to be able to say that when onCreateView runs, that it will then run this code for this particular application, so that I'm only messing around with the view in onCreateView, rather than trying to create the fragment in code here and then immediately do stuff with the view, which I don't think is going to work. So what I'll do is I will go to I'll create a constructor because I haven't got one already. I'll still bung in a default constructor in case I want to use that. So let's put in product fragment, and then I'll add another constructor, public product fragment, in which I can pass some initialization data, which will be a course in this case. And there are other ways you can pass data to fragments. I'm just going to give this a private instance variable for my initialization data. But here, I think this is probably the easiest way to do it. So the constructor will take the course that's going to initialize my fragment, the course object that I created, and I'm just going to say this.course equals course in the constructor. And now in onCreateView, we could say, once we've got the view, once we've inflated the view, I could say if course is not equal to null, then I could further initialize the view. And I kind of need a set course method that takes a view rather than doing get view here. And I want to keep my original set course method for the case where we embed the fragment in XML and get it out of there and use it that way. So I'm just gonna copy this, and let's have two set courses here, and one of them, the public one, which just takes the data to set up my fragment with, that is going to do view get view and view equals get view, and it's going to call this other set course, which is going to take a course and a view, and I'm going to make this private. And kind of a lot of what I'm doing here is really just specific to my own particular application, and so if you're getting a bit lost, then my apologies, and I'd say don't worry about it. But the bottom line is, I just want to point out that when you create a fragment in code, then you can't immediately rely on the view existing, because you've got to kind of let the user interface thread do its thing, and you've got to let it call onCreateView to actually create the view. So what I'm doing is I'm just changing things so that I pass the initialization data in, and I don't try to mess around with the view anywhere except in onCreateView. So I'll pass in a course here and my view, and the course is the one that I passed into the constructor. So I think that will work, and then I'll leave this original set course, not that one, the public method here, because once your fragment is in the XML, and it's up and running, and the view is initialized, then I don't see any reason why we can't then do get view and mess around with it there. But it's just when we first try to set it up, we don't immediately have a view to play around with, because onCreateView has not been called when we do new fragment. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this line here, which is going to cause problems, and we don't need that now for the moment, and I'll pass my course in here. So now we've got a fully initialized fragment that's created in code. Well, it's not fully initialized, but it's got all the stuff it needs to be initialized. And now I'm going to show you the kind of real meat of this tutorial finally, which is how to actually put that fragment in place. And the idea is your application, it can swap fragments around potentially like crazy, and we're just swapping one fragment for another here, but you could do all kinds of stuff. And we do that within a fragment transaction. We say get fragment manager dot begin transaction, and that returns a fragment transaction. So we'll say fragment transaction trans, let's say, equals get fragment manager dot begin transaction. Then we muck around with fragments, and when we finish mucking around with the fragments, we can say trans dot commit. And the reason for this is, let's just take a look at this thing here. Oh yeah, I've actually, sometimes I find that when I do Control-Shift-O, I accidentally put in the wrong import. And there's this Android support library that's intended for adding newer functionality into older applications. There's this extra support library that can go into your older application and then gives you a lot of the things like the fragment facilities that should only exist in post version 11 Android in this case. So I think if I go up to my import here, I should not have added this, because I don't need the support library, because this is the minimum SDK version for this this particular application is at least 11. So I'm just going to delete that and do Control-Shift-O again and make sure I add this one instead. So you start you begin a transaction here, and then you mess around with your fragments, swap them in and out however you like, and then you do trans.commit, and it's trans.commit that will actually perform all the changes that you specified between these two lines, and it will do it in kind of one kind of single block. So I suppose the idea is to avoid seeing fragments being swapped about on the screen, and avoid having the application in an inconsistent state with some fragments that you want to be there and others not. So you kind of swap them all at once. I guess that's the idea behind the fragment transaction thing. And in the middle here, I'm going to say trans dot replace, and I'm going to pass in for the ID r.id dot product. I think it is, maybe not product, yeah, list, that's it. And this is the ID of the fragment that I'm initially going to have in my layout when the application starts up. It's this fragment here. So I'm going to say that I want to replace this fragment with my new fragment here that I just created. And I'm passing all the initialization data into the constructor here, so that after commit has run, at some point the system will call onCreateView, and that's where it's going to use the initialization data that I passed to my constructor. And I'm labouring this point just a little bit because I'm not sure it's completely clear. But let's run that and see how it looks. So I'm using actually an emulator here rather than my phone, just for a change. And here it is. Let's actually clear the old error there. Go to the console, and it says starting, and I've got this thing about the trace file, but I'm not really sure what it's complaining about, to be honest, so I'll ignore that. And here's my application now. So we've got a one fragment to start with, and then in the onClick, when I click one of these, it swaps out that fragment for the fragment that I created in code and puts this fragment in its place. Now I just want to show you one more thing in this tutorial, which is that this kind of fragment manager actually manages a whole stack of fragments, and at the moment if the user clicks the back button like this, then we will clear straight out the application. But what I can do is, after I've replaced the fragment, I can add the I can say trans dot, I think it's add to backstack, there we go, and pass in null there. And what this does is it's gonna add the old state of the application to a kind of stack, which we can then go back to. So when a user clicks the back button, it's as if when we say add to backstack, it's like adding a plate to a stack of plates. And when the user clicks the back button, in effect we're taking this plate off again and going back to the original stack of plates and looking at that. So it's a stack. It's a stack in normal programming terms, and it's a stack of kind of application states. So now if I run this, what's going to happen is when the user clicks the back button, we will pop the latest committed transaction off the stack and go back to what we had originally. So we'll go back to the list and we'll return to our original screen, which for this particular little application, of course, is going to be extremely useful. Let's go back to the emulator. I'm not sure if this is the current running version or not. Let's check the console, and it says that it has started by the looks of it. So now I'll click one of these. Let's try this one, and then I'll click the back button, and now we're going back to the list. It's magic, because it remembered the previous fragment state of the application, and it remembered what fragments were being displayed, and we can go back to them. So you can, obviously this is very, very powerful, and you can do all kinds of things with that and create very flexible user interfaces, and it's probably a lot more useful for a bigger screen, because this, I'm just using a little emulator screen here, but I could use a bigger emulator and we could have fragments all over the screen swapping in and out. But because it would strain my ingenuity to think of a realistic example of that, I'll leave it at that, and I'll let you be creative with the fragments there. So that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this section I'm going to show you how to make a simple game. And the only problem here is that I'm running this on a screencast, and the screencast doesn't quite keep up with my phone, but hopefully you get the general idea. It's a sort of tennis game, and I've got some sound effects in there, and you have to attempt to hit a ball with the paddle on the left, which I'm actually controlling with my finger on my phone, and the paddle on the right is controlled by the program. Although with everything running together, and with my phone plugged in and the screencast running, it slows down to the point where it's practically unusable, but under normal circumstances it's a perfectly fine game. So we're going to have a look at how to make this, and we'll look at the basics and fundamentals of animation and drawing in Android, and also sound. And I thought about using a game library, because if you want to program games on Android, you can use, for example, libgdx, which is a pretty simple game library, and there's also I think it's called AndEngine, and there's a bunch of others as well, but those two are free. libgdx is actually relatively primitive, but it's also pretty easy to use. And AndEngine at the moment I find is quite hard to install, but people say it's worth it if you're going to get into any serious game development. And I thought about trying to make a tutorial on those, although I haven't used them myself, except for some simple experiments. But in the end I decided that it's going to be more instructive if we look at how you do actual animation in Android without actually using any kind of external library, which of course is also probably going to change very rapidly. So we're going to look at the built-in facility in Android itself for doing frame-by-frame animation. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial I'm going to show you how to draw, well actually I'm going to show you how to create a surface view which will give us a place to draw on so that we can create our game in future tutorials. So we're just going to look at creating a surface view in this tutorial, which is the first step towards actually creating a game or some kind of animation. So I'm going to go to File and New Android Application Project, and let's call this Tennis Demo, because this is going to be kind of a tennis game. And I'll change the package name to com.caveofprogramming.android.tennis, and of course you need to change that to something unique, not K for programming. And I'm going to set the minimum required SDK level to 11, just because there's going to be like literally one or two, I think, little things that I want to use from API level 11. So just for convenience, I'm going to target minimum API level 11, and I'll set the foreground color on this icon to something different as well. And let's just change it to a different icon so that I can recognize this particular game. Maybe I could have this. Okay, let's set the background to black and click next. And now hopefully we should have a functioning program that could be run. And I'm going to actually right click on this package and create a new class, so not an activity, just a normal class, and I'm going to call this Game View. And this is going to be a view being like a button or a text area or whatever. This is going to be a view where we draw our game. So I'll click Finish, and I'm going to go to this game view, and something's horribly wrong with Eclipse, so I'm just going to shut that down and restart it. And sometimes I find that this whole system seems to be a little bit buggy, and it seems like I can go for ages and nothing's wrong with it, and then I start doing stuff and everything's wrong with it. So let's just restart this. In fact, I'll pause recording of the video for a second. Okay, I'm back, and restarting Eclipse seems to have sorted that out. So I've got this ordinary Java class that I've created called GameView, and I'm going to say that that extends Surface View, which is a class that we can use as a view to draw stuff on. And let's add the import for that with Ctrl-Shift-O. And I'm going to just click on the error and add a constructor. And the constructor that I'm going to add is this middle one here that takes a context and an attribute set, because that seems to be the constructor that the XML layout, well, the constructor that's used when stuff is inflated from an XML layout. And I'm going to put this class as a view in my XML layout. So I've added my constructor with the context and attribute set, and I'm going to go to the XML layout under Resource Layout, and I'll get rid of the default thing that's in there, the text view. Let's go to the text view of the XML. I did actually try using this this kind of visual designer. In fact, let's give it a go now. The problem with this is it seems to be horribly buggy, and when I try to use it, I end up having a big headache trying to get around the bugs. But I just want to try to see if I can use this to add my custom view that I just created. So let's go to Custom and Library Views down here and just see if I can add Game View. And I'll leave it at that. And now I'll go to I'll save it, and I'll go to the text view of the XML. And here we go. So we've added that. And I'm going to get rid of the original text view that was in there. And now I don't want quite these settings, so I'm going to change the ID to just game, which I think is good enough. and the layout width I'm going to change to match parent. Layout height I'm going to change to match parent. The layout below, actually I'm going to get rid of that because I'm not actually going to have anything in this layout. And let's get rid of the center horizontal, and let's get rid of this margin here. So what I wanted basically was just my view in the XML. And the reason that I wanted to use the Visual Designer there, which I don't normally use, is just that if you type it by hand, to get your custom view in there, you have to type the full package name. So my view is called Game View. That's just this class here that extends Surface View. It's just a normal class. But because it's in a package, and it should be in a package, it needs to be in a package, you've got to type the full package name and then the name of the class, and that can be a little bit cumbersome. But other than that, everything's completely standard here, and I'm just telling this to fill its parent, and I'm giving it an ID, and that's all there is to it. So now if I run this, what we should see is, actually before I run it, I'm going to do one other thing. I'm going to go to the manifest here, and I'm going to click the application tab. Let's maximize this editor and scroll down, and I'll select the main activity under application nodes, and I'll browse under theme here and go to system, and I'm going to change the theme for this activity to be theme.hollow.noActionBar, because I want this to be a full screen view. I want my activity to take up the whole screen. So let's just run this now and check that it works. And what we should see is basically a nice blank canvas that we can draw on, and I think it's going to be black because I haven't drawn anything yet. So with a bit of luck, we'll just see a big black screen with no title bar, and there we are. So that's it for this tutorial, and we're going to move on towards drawing some stuff in the next tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and before we move on to working with our surface view, I just want to mention quickly a few things about the graphics and the sounds that I'm going to be using in this tutorial. So in this section of the tutorial on animation, the graphics and sounds, of course, they don't really matter in the sense that they can be whatever you want, but I just want to explain where I got the graphics from that I'm going to use. And in fact, in the game that I'm going to create, I want to have a little thing that's going to look a bit like a sort of, I don't know if you know those sweets called Smarties, but they're kind of like flattened balls, so it's going to be like that. And if you're drawing graphics on a background, to make them look more three-dimensional, even if they're kind of 2D, even if your game's 2D, it helps to have a shadow. So what I decided I wanted was I wanted to have a little sort of 3D looking graphic that looks like it's got a bit of curvature to it. Whoops, I don't know what that was. And I want to have a bit of a shadow underneath it. And I searched around and I found this site imagico.de, and this shows you how to use POV-Ray. That's the point persistence of vision ray tracer, which is free software, to create this scene here, which is kind of an icon with a shadow underneath it. And it shows you how to separate out the icon itself from the shadow, so you can render the shadow and you can render the icon separately. And I'm going to use that, I have used it to create a graphic which I'm going to use in my tutorial, which I'll show you probably next time. So if you do want more information about rendering icons separately from their graphics, although this is not central to this tutorial and I don't want to get into graphics here, but if you want to know more about that, then I'd recommend this imagico.de/pov/icons.php, because it's quite a good resource. And there is a bit of a learning curve to POV-Ray, but if you're really into games, maybe it's worthwhile, I don't know. And to create the sounds, although the sounds are not exactly the greatest sounds in the world because I didn't put much effort into them, I'm going to use the cycle modular music creation software, Cycle Modular Music Creation Studio. And again, that's free software that looks like this, which you can use to make actually pretty impressive sort of music. And I actually downloaded, this can take VST plugins, I think that stands for Virtual Studio, I'm not sure, and you can basically find a lot of free virtual instruments on the internet, which you can then, this music studio can then, they can be plugged into it and you can then use those sounds. So I also use I think it's the Crystal virtual synthesizer, which is free, or at least the one I used was free. Crystal Synth, I don't think it's that one. Crystal VST instrument. I think this is the one that I've been using. And just to show you really quickly, if I search for Cycle, then here it is coming up in a second. This is it, and I use this. Let's take a look. I use this Crystal VST. So all this is free, and this is what I use to generate my sounds. And I'm not going to go into all this stuff because these are obviously huge topics in themselves, but I just wanted to mention this. And POV-Ray was a thing that I used for rendering, and this again is free, and you kind of have to write a sort of it's kind of like a little language that you have to learn in order to render stuff. And this is like the bat that I'm going to use in my kind of tennis game, and it's got a shadow behind it, and there's also a sort of button graphic that I'm going to use, and this is actually the shadow for the button, and I can probably show you the button itself if I can remember the right option to render it with, which is probably this one. There we go. So I'm going to use this. So that's it for now. Just a quick mention of that stuff, so that you know where to look if you want to get into this. And we're going to get back to doing some coding next time. So until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at drawing stuff in our game view. So at the moment I've got this view which extends surface view, and I've made it fill the whole screen, although it doesn't have to. It could just be one view in your application, but I made it fill the whole application screen here, and at the moment it's just black because it's not drawing anything. But in this tutorial I'm going to make it actually draw something, and I've got some graphics here, and these are actually I've got separate shadows from the actual graphics themselves. And there are a couple of advantages to doing that, and one is that you can more easily find the non-transparent area of your image if the shadow is separate to it and it's not making things more complicated. And the other thing is that you can decide where to draw the shadows, whether they go over the top of other objects or underneath them. But this is absolutely not central to what we're doing, and you could perfectly well adapt this tutorial to just drawing any kind of image that you like. You don't need to have separate shadows at all. And what I did was I just copied these and I just pasted them. I created a new drawable folder in Res. So I right-clicked Res here and I went to New Folder and created a folder just called Drawable. And then I right-clicked Drawable and pasted the graphics into there. And you can also just use Explorer in Windows, if you're using Windows, to copy your bitmaps into this folder on the disk, and then you just have to right click the folder and refresh it. So I've already done that, so that I've got a folder called Drawable with the graphics in it. And you could put your graphics in one of these Drawable and the resolution kind of suffix folders. And the reason I'm not doing that here is just because, to keep things simple in this tutorial, and because I'm tremendously lazy, I'm not going to create different resolution bitmaps. I'm just going to have one folder with all my bitmaps in for the purposes of this demo. So I've got some graphics, PNG files, that I want to use here. And I created those with POV Ray and GIMP, the free photo manipulation tool actually. And I'm going to, in my game view here, which extends surface view, I'm going to right click and go to source override implement methods, and I'm going to navigate to view here, and I'm going to override on touch. Let's take a look. I think it's on touch event. Here we go. And on touch event is called both when the user touches a screen and also it receives drag events and other kind of touch related events. And as a sort of shortcut here, I'm just going to return true. And in fact, you should return true when you handle an event and false when you don't. And if you return false, you'll get the actual touch events, but you won't then get, for example, drag events, because you can't have a drag event without a touch event. And if you haven't handled the touch event, then there's no point in it telling you about the drag event. So you have to return true to get kind of motion events. And I should really just return true if I handle it, but for the moment I'm just going to full stop return true so that I can receive all events. And in here I'm going to draw on my surface view, and the first thing I need to do is get the surface holder, which is some kind of object that allows you to get a canvas to draw on. And I'm going to say surface holder equals get holder. Now I've seen a lot of code on the internet, I'll just add the import with Control-Shift-O, that then puts a synchronized block around this holder, and I wonder if that might be based on a misconception, because if you synchronize on an object, you're not preventing other threads from doing stuff with that object. All you're doing is getting the intrinsic lock of the object, and the idea is you can use that intrinsic lock as a way of synchronizing your threads, but it doesn't stop other threads diving in there and doing stuff with it. You wouldn't actually be locking this by synchronizing on it. You would just be getting its intrinsic lock. And in any case, fortunately, the holder provides us with a way of synchronizing drawing to the canvas. So I don't think we're going to need to worry about any kind of multi-threading synchronization here. I think, as far as I know, it's kind of handled for us. So what the next step is, I'm going to say holder.getCanvas. Actually, I'm not. I'm going to say holder.lockCanvas. And this returns a canvas object that we can then draw on. And the idea behind this lock method is that it locks the canvas so that nothing else can draw on it, which is our synchronization. And again, I'll add the import for that. And this will often return null. If it can't lock it, it will return null. So we then need to make sure that if the canvas is null, we don't do anything. So I'm going to say if canvas is not equal to null, then and only then will we do our drawing code. And if the canvas is not null, then you have to remember to unlock it as well. So you need, again, it's a method of this holder object, and you say holder.unlock canvas and post, and pass it to canvas. And I think by post it means kind of post your updates to the canvas. So in other words, unlock the canvas, make it available to other threads to draw on, and post your updates to it. In other words, do the actual drawing that you've specified while it was locked. I'm not sure about that, but I suppose that's the meaning of it. So if we've got a canvas, we remember to unlock it, and in between locking it and unlocking it, we can now draw on that canvas. And I'm going to firstly clear it, fill it with a colour by saying canvas.draw, and you'll notice there's a whole load of drawing methods here that I'll leave you to explore, like draw circle, draw rect, and so on. But I'm just going to say draw colour, which means fill the canvas with a particular colour, and I'm going to say colour.white, so that we just have a white background to work with. And after that, I want to actually draw a bitmap. And to draw a bitmap, we've got to first load it, and I can load it using Bitmap Factory. So I'm going to go to the constructor here, and I'm going to say bitmap factory dot decode. I think it's decode resource. Yeah, that's it, decode resource. And the first method is a resources object, so we can just say get resources to get our resources, which includes these graphics here. And the ID is the ID of the bitmap that you want to load. So we say r.drawable dot, and I'll pick one of these graphics down here, and I'll use this button in fact. And that's going to return me a bitmap object. So let's make that a private variable up here just for the moment. So I'll say private bitmap button, and then down here I can say button equals bitmap factory.decode resource, and I'll add the input for bitmap. And now we can draw the button here. So after I've locked the canvas and cleared it, I can say canvas.draw bitmap, and I can pass in a bitmap to draw here, and I'll use, I think, this particular variety of the method. So my bitmap here is going to be button, and for the top and left let's just make it 1550 for the moment, and I think I can pass null for paint. I worked through this code a few times already before, and I've forgotten what I actually did with that, but let's try that and see if it actually works, because that's kind of the acid test. And so I'll run my program here, and let's take a look at the Android console here. And if your console isn't there, by the way, then you need to go to Window, Show View, Console, which sometimes catches people out. And let's just take a look at this and see if it works, because oh yeah, now I'm going to touch the screen. So I'm going to go to my phone and actually touch the screen, and there we go, and there's my bitmap. It's actually a bit big really. Anyway, I'm going to carry on working with this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to have like a bat here and a bat here, and we're going to be able to knock this backwards and forwards between these bats. So we're going to move on next to looking at how we can then animate this and have it move around. So until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at how to detect when the surface, the drawing surface, is created or destroyed. And the reason we need to do that is we're going to move on to drawing frequently and regularly to the surface, because we need to do frame by frame animation, and we don't want to have it that we're drawing to the surface when it's not there. For one reason, because you need to make sure that your application is not active when it's not visible to the user, so you don't want to be trying to update a surface or draw stuff when it's not visible. And another reason is that if you try to draw to a surface that isn't actually there, then of course you're going to have problems. Now, one way we could try to deal with this problem is in the activity we could override the on pause and on resume events, because on pause is called whenever the application is going into the background for some reason, either because it's being literally just going into the background or because it's being destroyed. And on resume is always called when the application starts, whether it's starting for the first time or it's just being brought back into the foreground again. But for our purposes here, it's better to actually detect when this surface here is actually being created and destroyed, because that is the real clincher here, and we never want to try drawing to the surface when it's not there. And when it is there, then it means the application's visible and we can certainly try drawing to it. So we're not going to use on pause or on resume here. What we're going to do is actually look at the behavior of the surface itself, and to do that I'm going to go into my game view, which extends surface view, and I'm going to say here set callback, no, not add callback, set on, yeah, I've actually completely forgotten. Is it set callback listener or add callback listener? You know what, I think it's get holder dot add callback, that's the one. So yeah, now I remember. We're actually, to actually look at the behavior of the surface, we have to deal with this surface holder, and therefore it's the actual holder that we add a listener to. So in fact, let's just copy this code here, and what I'll do then is I can then say holder dot add callback, and I'm just going to say add callback this, and this expects something that implements surface holder dot callback. So if I then click this error and go to let GameView implement callback, then that's going to say implements callback up here, and hopefully it's added me a couple of methods. In fact, it hasn't, but if I then click the error and then say add unimplemented methods, then we get down here these three methods. So we've got this surface change, which is called if your surface is resized, which you might want to pay attention to. And I've got this surface created, which is called when the surface is displayed. And when your application goes into the background, so it's not visible, the surface will be destroyed, and then later on, of course, it's created again. And one thing I'm going to do here to simplify things a bit before I continue and while I remember is I'm going to go to my Android manifest, and I'm going to go to the XML view, and in this activity here, so this is the activity that uses this surface, I'm just going to do control space here, and I'm going to set the screen orientation, control space again, to portrait, because I don't want the user to switch into landscape mode, because then I'd have to worry about dealing with that in my game, and I'd rather they were just forced to turn the phone around to look at it the right way, which actually is going to be portrait mode anyway, which is kind of how the phone will normally appear. Okay, so we've implemented these methods, and now the only thing that I want to show you in this tutorial is how these actually work. So I'm just going to say in here log.d, and I'll supply a debug tag here, and I'll just say changed, and I'm just going to copy that, and that JWP is just my initials, and let's put created in here and destroyed in here. Actually, that's in the wrong place, so I'll put that there and format it, and let's just add the andrew.util.log. And I hope this works, because often I find the debug stops working and I have to restart Eclipse to get it to work again. I think once I actually had to restart my computer to get it to work again, but that seems quite incredible, and maybe I imagined it, but let's take a look. So actually, if we check the console here, then it's installing, and when it installs, I just want to show you how when these methods get called, so you'll understand what they do, and it's pretty straightforward. So there's the application, and I'm just going to go to DDMS here, and let's filter on that debug tag, and you can see that we've got surface created and surface changed, and it's the created one that I'm really interested in here, because we're probably not going to do anything with the changed. And there's my application, and now I'm going to just click on the kind of home screen button on my phone, and we can see here that it's gone to the home screen, and because the application's vanished, the surface has been destroyed. And if I look at the recent apps here and then go to my game again, then again it says created and changed, and once again, whenever I go to the home screen or navigate away from it, the surface is destroyed. And I think if I bring up a menu in front of it don't think anything happens. So that's like a transparent menu, and that doesn't seem to cause it to do anything. So the bottom line is here that we're going to engineer the app in such a way that it runs a thread which will update the surface whenever it actually exists. Let me just tap it so that we get the on tap handler. There we go. And whenever the surface goes away, we're going to stop our thread doing stuff and we're going to stop drawing to it. And it's really, really important to get this stuff sorted out at the beginning, because if you're not careful, you'll end up constructing an application that will not respond well to things like people navigating away from it, or receiving a phone call while it's running and stuff like that. So you have to make sure that, or changing it into landscape mode, although I've stopped it doing that. You have to make sure that your application will handle all those kind of eventualities. And I find even the examples that come with the latest Android SDK, at least on my phone, they seem to break if you go to your home screen when the application's running, and it's worth ironing that out and nipping it in the bud at the start. So that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at creating a thread which will update our surface regularly. So we want to do frame by frame animation, and that means that we want what's called a game loop somewhere, and that's kind of a loop that runs continuously and updates our surface probably as often as possible. And so we're going to implement that in this tutorial. And I don't want to turn this into a tutorial on game programming as such, although we are going to cover the basics, partly because I've never written a professional kind of game. So I'm going to try to keep it with the Android, but inevitably in discussing animation we're going to have to discuss some stuff that's pretty much used in more or less any kind of game. And there's nearly always going to be some kind of Android twist on what we do, although I will show you some kind of things that are just kind of generic game programming things and not Android specific. So I'm going to create here a new class, not here because that's the wrong project. Here I'm going to click my package. I'm just bunging everything into the same package for this tutorial again, and I'm sure it's possible to structure this code better than I'm going to do, but I just want to try to keep it really simple for demonstration purposes here. So I'll create a new class, and I'm going to call this Game Runner, and this is going to be a thread whose responsibility is to update the surface frame by frame, at least sort of 25 times a second or something, if possible. So I'm going to say public class Game Runner extends thread, and I'm going to use the thread class here. And you might wonder why I don't want to use async task here, and that's because I want to bypass here the kind of normal Android mechanism which you find in pretty much any GUI system of all these systems usually have a way of posting updates to a kind of a thread which processes a queue and paints the user interface when necessary. And because this is going to be a game, and this is true for any kind of really serious animation, you want to force updates to happen when you say they should happen. So you don't want to just post an update to a user interface thread and let it update the user interface when it feels like it's, when it feels like it's a good idea. You want to say, right, now it's time to update the user interface, do it. And that's why we're creating a kind of separate thread here. It's a thread that is going to directly update the user interface, and async task is not intended to do that. It's intended to avoid directly updating the user interface, which will cause problems under most circumstances. So I'm going to just right click here and go to source override implement methods, and I'm going to override the run method. And if you want more information about multi-threading, on www.caveofprogramming.com you can find a free course on multi-threading, but we're only going to be using really simple multi-threading here, basically nothing complex. And so I've got this run method, and this is the method that's going to run my game loop. And I'm going to, up here, I'm going to have a private volatile boolean called running, and I'm going to set that equal to true. And down here in run, we're going to say while running, and we're going to draw stuff here, draw stuff and update the game. And the reason this is volatile is because threads can, in theory, cache variables. They won't always do it, but they can decide to cache a variable if they see that that variable is not updated from the thread itself. And so if you have two threads accessing the same variable, you need to at least make it volatile. And if it's something other than a boolean, like an integer, you're going to have synchronization. But here it's only going to be a boolean variable, and we're going to make it volatile so that all threads can see the current state of that variable. And that's really just a hypothetical danger, and in practice this will probably work without volatile, but just to be doubly sure, we'll put that in there. And I'm going to make this game draw at full tilt, so it's going to refresh the screen as often as possible. But just for the moment, let's put in a thread.sleep to kind of slow things down a little bit. Let's say thread.sleep, I don't know, 300. So that's like roughly 3 times a second that this loop's going to execute, and I'll handle the interrupted exception there. And for demo purposes in this tutorial, I'm just going to have a log.d in there. So let's say log.d. That's really why I'm putting thread.sleep in. I don't want to output log messages as fast as possible, because that will really slow down my Eclipse. And if you literally want to make a game, then you probably don't want that in there. You probably want the screen to refresh as often as possible to make it as playable as possible. But on the other hand, if you want to do animation that's part of some kind of application that isn't a game, and it does other things besides besides refreshing the screen and drawing the screen, then you might well want a thread.sleep in there so that your application isn't absolutely doing animation full tilt, but will hopefully have the kind of energy, the CPU cycles, to do other stuff at the same time. But here we're not going to worry about that, because I want it to go full tilt and to use as much of the resources of the phone as possible to actually make my game work. So I'm going to take this out later on, but I'll put it in for the minute. And we need some way of stopping this by setting the running volatile boolean variable to false. So I'm going to give this a method, public void shutdown. We can't call it stop because thread already has a method called stop. And I'm going to say public void shutdown, and in there I'm just going to say running equals false. And if we didn't make running volatile, in theory this could be ignored if it's called from another thread, which it is going to be called from another thread, but it is a theoretical possibility. And now back in my game view here, I'm going to create let's have a private variable that holds one of these game runners, which I'll call runner. And what I'll do is, when the surface is created here, then I want to start my game running. So I want to say runner equals new game runner, and then I call runner.start, and that tells the thread class to go to the public void run method and to run it, and that's going to enter our game loop here, which ultimately is going to do our animation by drawing the screen. And in surface destroyed, I want to stop runner from running, so I'm going to say if runner is in fact yeah, I think that's right. If runner is not equal to null, let's say, let's check that it's not null, and I'll say runner.shutdown, so we're telling it to shut down. And now what I want to do is I want to wait for it to shut down, and the reason for that is that the game runner is going to tell the game to draw it on the surface, and I want to not allow my phone to go to another application until this runner has stopped drawing, because if it were to go to another application without shutting the thread down, the drawing code might still try to draw on the surface, which no longer exists, and it might crash. So I want to make very sure that this method will not exit until the game has successfully stopped drawing, which should be very, very quick. We should be talking about milliseconds here, hopefully. But to be on the side of caution, let's make sure that we wait for the thread to exit here. And to do that, I'm going to say while runner is not equal to null, and in there I'm going to say runner.join, and this is the method that waits for the thread to terminate, and that throws an interrupted exception. So I'm going to surround with try catch, and underneath runner.join I'm going to say runner equals null. And what this does is we're going to say runner.shutdown, and runner.shutdown is setting running to false, and it should mean that that loop is going to terminate pretty quickly. And then we say, okay, while runner is not null, which it isn't because we just called shutdown on it, and in fact we checked that it wasn't null up here, we're gonna in a loop we'll wait for it to finish, and even if join gets interrupted somehow, if it does, we'll catch an interrupted exception. And in fact, let's just get rid of the stack trace print, and we'll go around the loop again, and eventually we will successfully wait for the thread to finish without it being interrupted, without join being interrupted. And once it's actually finished and we've successfully run join, which just waits for that thread to exit, then we set the runner to null, and then we stop trying to wait for it to finish, if that makes sense. And whether all this is actually necessary, I'm not completely sure, but I've tried some variations on this code, including trying to interrupt the thread rather than having this shutdown mechanism with thread interruptions, and I couldn't get it to work. And in the end I concluded that since this code is a popular way of doing this, and since it works, I'll stick with this. So I think that should all work. When a service is created, we'll create a new thread object and we'll run it. And when a service is destroyed, we are going to shut down the thread, and then we're going to wait for it to finish. And what I'm doing is I'm not doing any drawing at the moment. I'm just outputting a log message, so we should be able to check that that works. And as I said, I think in the last tutorial, it's really worth sorting this out and making sure that all this code fully works before you go on to doing the rest of your game, because otherwise you can have a real headache trying to figure out what's going on. So I've run my application, and we've still got that code in there, and it doesn't draw unless I touch the screen. So I'll touch the screen, and there we go. And even though the onTouch is in another thread, it's in the main user interface thread, it's cooperating nicely with my other thread here, which is start putting this running message actually. And so scroll lock is off, so we should be seeing the latest kind of thread.running here, and we can see the time changing here. And now if I just go, let's go back to the screencast. If I just go to the home screen, we see that it stops, so it's very nicely stopped. And if I go to my recent apps here, then it started again, which is great, and again I can touch the screen and make the drawing appear. And another thing that you should definitely check is go to your home screen, and if you look at your recent apps, at least this is how my phone works, and I think this is standard on all Android devices, but I'm not really sure because I've only got the one Android device. And if I now swipe away my application, I've exited the application, and now I can go to my all apps view, and start my application from this screen by touching it at the top there. And once again we see that the thread started again and it's behaving nicely. So you should check all of that stuff, and also check that if you call your phone, check that it doesn't crash. And I've checked all that with this code, so it should work, but I've only checked it on this one device, so I'd recommend that you give it a go. And I haven't been able to get this to work really in a good way in an emulator, and stuff like games is a lot easier to run on a real device than an emulator, which is never going to reflect real life fully. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial I'm going to create a game object which is going to represent my game. So I want to have some kind of object that actually deals with drawing the game and updating the game as a whole. And at the moment I've got this game view class here, and I've got a game runner which deals with the kind of multi-threading aspect, the kind of game loop. It deals with running stuff at the right time. But I think I'd like to also create a game object which this runner runs, and I'm going to go ahead and do that now. So I'll right click the package here, and this structure is kind of slightly arbitrary and not necessarily the absolute 100% best way to do this, but it seems like a way that's reasonably simple and reasonably quick and not too badly structured. So I'll call this game, and I want my game to have several kind of phases to it. So it's going to have, we're going to of course need to have a constructor, and to the constructor I'm going to have to supply some things, in particular probably the surface holder, because the game is going to have to lock that to get a canvas. And so let's have a surface holder here, and I'm going to also pass it probably a resources object, because it's going to have to load somewhere anyway. We're going to have to load the actual bitmaps and sounds that we're going to use in this simple game, and I suppose the game is a reasonable place to do it, although I'm not completely decided in my own mind, but let's pick a course and stick to it. So let's have a private surface holder and a private resources resource. Actually, it probably would have been quicker to define these variables first and then get Eclipse to automatically generate the constructor, but this will also do. Here's my, I don't know how to get rid of this error in Eclipse which came up since the last time I updated it, but I'm hoping a future update is going to fix it. Let's say this dot resource equals resource. That probably should be resources actually. This is the resources object. I can get things like the bitmap and the sounds from. And now I'm going to give this a method called init, and this is going to be something that gets called to actually do the loading of stuff. So let's say public void init. So that the idea is that's going to be called once per game. And in this tutorial I'm not going to implement, as I said before, I'm not going to implement saving and loading of the game state, and you could do that if you wanted using shared preferences or even a SQLite database or any number of other techniques, but I'm not going to implement that here because that's not specific to animation. And I'm going to have a public void update, and I'm going to pass the time elapsed to the update method. That's the time elapsed since update was last called, which I'm going to figure out in my game runner. And we need that in order to figure out how far to move our game along. If we're going to animate a ball, which I'm going to, then to know how long the ball should have moved since the last update, I need to know how long has passed since this method was last called. And regardless of what you do, you can't be sure that anything's going to happen on the dot at an exact regular interval in Java. So I'll figure that out and pass it in. And then let's also have a public void draw, and that probably doesn't need to take anything because that's gonna get the canvas from the holder here and draw stuff on it. And then just to wire this in to be going on with, although I'm going to do more work on this bit by bit. In my game view, I'm creating this game runner that handles the multi-threading, but I'm also going to create a game. So let's say private game, and when the surface is created, I can then say game equals new game, and I can pass that to my game runner to actually run it. And that's probably all I need to do for the moment, I think. Maybe I'll have a kind of shutdown method for the game, or maybe not, I'm not really sure yet. So I'm going to go to the game runner constructor, and I'm going to make it accept a game. So I haven't got a constructor yet, so let's define private game here. And the reason that I'm actually doing new game in my game view class is kind of just in case I want to interact directly with the game in the game view. And in particular, what I'm thinking of is that I might want to pass the touch events directly to the game rather than have to pass them through the game runner. So that's why I'm defining it here, even though it's actually the game runner that's actually going to call the draw and update methods. So I'm going to pass game to my game runner in a constructor, and let's just right click here and go to source and generate constructor using fields, and just tick game. There we go, and I'll get rid of super because I don't need that. And now in my run thread here, I can call the game methods. I'm going to get rid of this debug because I've used that and I know that it works now. It's actually running on my phone at the moment, and it's saying thread running every like 3 times a second or something. And in here I'm going to say game.update, and that's where we're going to update the logic of the game and update the positions of things. And I'm going to say game.draw, and that's going to just draw whatever should be on the screen at the time. Now, to figure out this kind of time elapsed since update was first called, I'll get rid of the sleep. I might put it in later if I want to do some more debugging, but I'll get rid of it for now. And I'm going to say, I'm going to give this, actually probably in run, I'm going to have a long, let's call this last time or something like that. And I'm going to set last time equal to system.currentTime milliseconds. So last time is going to be set equal to the current time. And in the game loop, whenever I go around the loop, I'm going to say long now equals system.currentTime milliseconds. And long elapsed now is going to be equal to the difference between now and last time. And after I've called the draw and update methods, I set last time equal to now. So if you've been programming for quite a while, you'll recognize that kind of pattern. And if you haven't, well, the idea is that we get the current time, and then we subtract from it whatever the last time we recorded was. We use that, and then we set the last time recorded to whatever we just got for now, so that the interval here elapsed is always going to be the difference between the two. It's going to be basically the amount of time that's elapsed since the last time we called this update method, which is what we need. And one other thing I'm going to do here is you have to think about, like, let's say we're updating the position of a ball on the screen, and this is not Android specific, it's just kind of general game programming. Then what if something's happened to the device we're running this on, and for some reason it hasn't called this for like an eon? Then we might end up with elapse being very, very big for some crazy reason, or maybe the game's been paused and resumed, although we're not actually allowing this game to be paused and resumed. In this case, if it's paused, I'm just going to recreate everything from scratch when it's resumed again with a new thread and a new game. But that could be something you want to implement, pause and resume. And so you have to think about, what if elapsed is a really huge number, and if you're calculating the position of a moving object based on elapsed, if you're not careful, you'll end up calculating that the object should be like 2 kilometers off the side of the screen or something. So what I'll say is, if elapsed is less than 100, let's say, or maybe even less than that, well, we'll try 100 milliseconds. Then we'll do the update and the draw. And if it's going to be more than 100, that's more than 1/10 of a second. You can't have a playable game if it's a kind of motion-based game when the frame's only updating 10 times a second. So if the elapse is more than 1/10 of a second, then you might as well just not draw an update at all, and just wait until you reach a point where there's enough processing power to actually do the update in less than 1/10 of a second. So not being a game programmer, I'm not really sure how this is most frequently handled, but this seems like a reasonable way to me. So let's try this. We do need to do something there to avoid trying to draw things off the edge of the screen due to a very long time having elapsed between the last update. And that's probably all I'm going to do for this tutorial. Let's just take a look at, there's an error here, and that's because I've got to put in the right stuff to this constructor, which is going to be the holder. I'm going to use this holder that's passed into surface created, and I'm going to say get resources to get resources, and the game will then be able to load the bitmaps, and I think we'll probably look at that in the next tutorial. So that's it for this time. Nothing to show this time, but we've put the kind of basic plumbing in place now, basic structure of this game, and we can go ahead and load stuff and draw stuff, hopefully. So that's it for this time, and until next time, happy coding.